If your dreams are keeping you awake, and you take your chance. If it's not fame that drives you, but that one moment. And a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream?
Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for being with us at the Frontrunners in Sports Management 4.0 web conference organized by the Sports Management Society of Diri, the American College of Greece, and Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure, along with Active Media Group. I'm Haris Linardos. Before we begin our conference, I would like to raise this white card. And I invite you to do the same with me. On the occasion of the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace on April 6th, we raise awareness and participate in the White Card campaign, which is initiated by the non-profitable organization Peace and Sport, showing that sport can be an answer to social issues and that it can bring to the construction of a culture of sport, of a culture of peace. Raise it at your social media accounts and join us. So, today is our third day, which is dedicated to exploring the industry. During our web conference, you can follow us on our social media accounts, so do not forget to follow the hashtag FrontRunners2022. This conference wouldn't have happened without the support of our sponsors. Qatar Airways supports the conference as a gold sponsor, Moto Dynamics and Porsche are the silver sponsors of the event, while the North Face is the official outdoor partner. LiveOn is the conference's digital platform partner. Gazeta, G-Women, Insider, BN Sports, IMEA, Tornos News, and Basketblog are the communication sponsors, while the National Herald, and Hellenic DNA are the international communication sponsors. We will now watch together the welcoming speech of the Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of the United States of America in Athens, Mr. David Berger.
Καλησπέρα σας. I'd like to thank the Sports Management Society of Duri for inviting me to join you today. On behalf of Ambassador Pyatt and the entire U.S. Embassy, I'd like to thank President Horner for your leadership and for our great cooperation throughout the years. Since its establishment in the 1820s, the American College of Greece has provided Greek and American students with exceptional opportunities for intellectual and educational exchange. It's played a key role in deepening our country's historic friendship and our shared democratic values. I'd like to congratulate Duri for the work you've done through your sports management program, cultivating leaders and students who believe that they can make a change through sports. I would be remiss, though, if I didn't take a moment to mention the heartbreaking events unfolding in Ukraine and the inexcusable loss of innocent lives there. Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has shattered the peace of a sovereign country. Putin's actions are threatening the stability and prosperity not only of the wider region, but the entire global order. Can't allow this to continue. We must work together to protect the democratic values that unite us. At this critical moment, I'm proud to say that the United States partnership with Greece has reached an historic high. Our shared priorities with Greece are fully aligned, including on our steadfast support for Ukraine's sovereignty. Many of the values that unite our peoples, equality, inclusion, and perseverance, constitute the global foundation for sports that athletes and sport organizations around the world respect and honor. Ancient Greeks considered sports an integral part of their lifelong education, embodied in their 2,000-year-old saying of a healthy mind in a healthy body. I hold the utmost respect for Greece as it has played such an important and historic role in the development of athletic competition. As sports continue to unite athletes and fans from both our countries today, whether that's enjoying the incredible feats of Giannis Antetokounmpo or Maria Sakkari. Throughout the years, the U.S. Embassy has joined Greece in numerous major sports events and occasions, showcasing the important role that sports can play in diplomacy and advancing our people-to-people ties. We've welcomed thousands of American athletes who have come to participate in the annual Athens Classic Marathon over the years. Americans proudly competed in the 2004 Athens Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games. Our current First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, was the head of the U.S. delegation to the 2011 Athens Special Olympics World Games. In 2019, we welcomed members of the U.S. Olympic sailing team, and last year, the U.S. men's water polo team trained in Athens with their Greek counterparts ahead of the Tokyo Olympics. Athletes serve as positive role models, especially for our youth. That's why we're all very proud at the Embassy of our partnership with gold medalist Olympian Sofia Pecatorou, who has broken barriers for women throughout her incredible career. We've worked closely with Sofia on sports exchanges and promoting women's empowerment. Sofia is currently a participant in the U.S. Global Women's Sports Mentoring Program, an exchange program organized by the State Department's Bureau for Educational and Cultural Affairs. This mentoring program brings together premier women's sports figures from all over the world to learn from leading American sports executives. We also commend Sofia for her courage in leading change on a much larger scale through Greece's Me Too movement in addressing sexual abuse and harassment. Athletes in the United States, Greece, and around the world are dealing with serious challenges and can be a driving force for social change. The U.S. Embassy is also proud to host a Sports Envoy program this summer in Athens and Thessaloniki. Though the programs are still under development, I'm happy to offer a preview of the program. 2 American female soccer players for a series of engagements with local Greek soccer teams. They'll also meet with community and civil society organizations focusing on women's empowerment. They'll discuss how to use sports to encourage the integration of marginalized groups and to help fight violence. Sports have the power to bring people together, help them overcome their adversities, build stronger communities, and foster excellence and innovation. As we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, it's more important than ever that we ensure equal access to sports and fitness activities for everyone. At the U.S. Embassy, we will continue investing in our sports collaboration with Greece, honoring the great athletics history of this country. I wish you all the best for this conference. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you, Mr. Berger, for your welcome speech. We will now watch together a short video of the Greek-American ultramarathon runner Dean Karnazis, and then we will watch his message.
I've gone from trying to avoid pain to now embracing pain. I think it's important to first delineate between a spectator sport and a participant sport. A spectator sport is something like soccer or basketball, where most people are in the audience watching. A participant sport is something like the Athens Authentic Marathon, where most of the attendees are actually participating in the event itself. I specialize in participant sports, mostly outdoor participant sports. And what are the three most important elements for putting on a successful outdoor sporting event? It's pretty simple. The three most important elements are location, location, location. If you can choose a wonderful scenic location, the experience of the participant will just be that much more enhanced. As an example, I'm part of an event in Greece called the Navarino Challenge, and we're going on to our 10-year anniversary this year, which makes me very proud, of course, being Greek myself. But I think the reason this event has been so successful, beyond the hard work and dedication of the event organizers, is that it's held in Messenia, Greece, along the coastline. And you cannot beat the beauty of that location. It is so captivating that you cannot help but have a great experience. So I encourage you, when you look at planning your outdoor sporting event, to always remember the three most important elements, and that is location, location, location.
Hello everyone, I am Chrysanthi Stetou, journalist, newsroom editor at Insider.gr, and I will be the moderator for our first session. Please do not forget to follow our hashtag FrontRunners2022 and to send your questions under the streaming of each speaker. Let's welcome Mrs. Amarilis Sangouridaki and Mr. Orestis Pantelis Sangouridakis, co-founders of PyCube, Plastic Pollution Prevention, and Mr. Sotiris Milonas, Sustainability Consulting, Civil Engineering, MBA, and together they will speak on the subject Sustainable Sports Events. So the stage is yours, Mr. and Mrs. Sangouridaki.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation in such an educative event as this one. So what the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the phrase sustainable sport events? Most probably the most popular answer is going to be find a way to recycle the bottles that are going to be consumed during the event. But this is much more than that. Basically, everything that it has been produced and consumed during an event, or every human activity that it has been done during an event, all that has a footprint, a carbon footprint, energy footprint, and environmental footprint. So basically what sustainability do is that we create a checklist and we try to find the most effective ways on how to reduce the environmental impact during an event. However, all that is affected on the human behavior. So even if everything is perfectly planned, from the organizers' approach, from the volunteers, for the athletes, for the fans' approach, all this matters in order to make an event to be successful and environmental friendly. So this is what we are trying to discuss today about sustainable sports events. My name is Orestis Pantelis Agouridakis, and together with my sister Amarilis, we founded PEI3.gr, Plastic Pollution Prevention. And Amarilis.
Good afternoon. Just a small introduction for our organization. P3, Plastic Pollution Prevention, founded in 2019. Throughout the year, we have done a lot of boot camps, workshops, seminars, but our main mission is to combine sustainable sport events. We're both athletes. We have the sustainability in our courses, so we wanted to combine this love of both and introduce P3. So here you can see some main statistics of our results since 2020. Of course, we had a pause of 1 year and a half due to pandemic, but we have managed to do a lot of things since then.
If you could please get closer to your microphone, Amarilis.
Yes. So here you can see. So here you can see that sustainability is about combining three main pillars: economic, environmental, and social pillars. These three pillars are informally referred to as people, planet, and profits. Here you may see the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and how they are combined with the three main pillars of sustainability. And what is sustainability? What are we talking about? The definition comes from Brundtland's report in 1987 and said that sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. For us, throughout our main actions and especially the sport events, we are trying to raise awareness, and especially for the new generations. We know that all the sport events have main impact in different age types, so we are trying to approach all of the ages to be part of the change, because in order to see the change in the world, we have to change ourselves. So here you can see the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and which goals are relevant to the sport events. Of course, you can see that good health and well-being and gender equality are the main goals, but afterwards, in order to approach sustainability, we have to see those goals above: SDG 12, SDG 13, 14, and 15. All of them combine those main objects of our planning when we participate in a sustainable event. It's time to take sustainability out of the green box. Sustainability is about more than just being green. It's about achieving excellence, doing things more efficiently, and creating a positive impact. It contributes to the development of the economy and tourism. It is an effective branding tool for event owners, organizers, and hosts. It is very important to remember that sustainability, it is a built-in rather than a bolted-on procedure. For us, it's on the center of every operation activity. So when we are planning an event, we combine those 5 objectives, which depend on the event, if it is an open water swimming, if it's a trail running. Those main objectives have higher or slower impact. So when we are called to do the best of the event and create a sustainability plan, we are trying to find the better solution to achieve and reduce the environmental footprint of the event. As you may see here, these 5 objectives introduce all the aspects of the event. We have the catering, food and beverage, the waste management, which is very important, and we are facing the most difficult issues in the waste management procedure: procurement and supply chain, transportation and accommodation, engagement and education. It is very important when you think about a sustainable event not to forget how to engage all the athletes, all participants, to be part of the sustainability plan, to be more environmental friendly in all of their actions. So just a quick overview of all these objectives. We are trying to reduce the single-use plastic. We are trying to reduce the paper consumption, food consumption, to reduce the carbon footprint of transportation, and to educate, yes, thank you, to educate all the participants for our efforts.
Some more details of the domains and the objectives of the event. We will not go through one by one, but as we said at the beginning of the introduction, basically what sustainability is doing is that we try to take through this checklist, and we try to find the most effective way on how to reduce the environmental impact of the event throughout the society and the local community where the event is located. So, as we all know, we have been into a COVID crisis for over the past 2 years, and that has created, of course, has affected the sports industry as well, with many events that have been postponed or cancelled. The fans weren't able to participate and to be there at the events. And of course, that had an environmental impact as well. What we are facing right now is that there are many new protocols and guidelines from the committees and the organizations that they are responsible for the event. And that, of course, has the same impact in the environment. Either sometimes it's positive, either sometimes negative. Of course, the most important is the single-use products that they have been dramatically increased during an event. It has been estimated that only for 2020, only for the face masks, that added an additional 7 million metric tons of waste into the landfills and the oceans, only from the face masks. So the waste management, we can say that it wasn't ready for COVID. So more masks, more hygiene, hand sanitizers, more gloves, more packaging, all this creates more waste for the event. And in many of the occasions, it's not easy to avoid due to the protocols and the guidelines that existed at the moment. In terms of positives, let's say that we didn't have fans in the stadiums for several months, so that create reduce on the emissions and the transportation and all these things for the environment, but of course for the teams, the economic impact, it was in some cases it reaches the 15% of the GDP of that it has been produced from the sport activities. Moreover, many leagues and organizations such as NBA or EuroLeague, they created some specific bubbles that made much less traveling for the team. So that also reduced the carbon footprint of the event in all those cases. So when we discuss about the major sporting events, uh, in terms of sustainability approach, it's something that it's not only for what's happening at the event during the duration of the event, let's say 1 week or 1 month, but in case, for example, of the Olympic Games, this is something that starts 6, 7, 8 years before, from the nomination of the host city and country until the end of the event. So as we realize, this creates that has an impact in the environment, and we can see here the example of the Olympic Games, the World Cup, the Rugby World Cup, the NFL, the Super Bowl. We see that all these events have emissions to the environment that it can go from 1 to 3 million tons per event. So we realize that it's not just about taking care about recycling or packaging, but transportation and the designing of the event, of the venues. It's something very important for the sustainability approach of the event. So we have seen some bad practices, we have seen some good practices. I think many of us, we have been witnesses of some events, for example, marathon, that the plastic bottles that are being used throughout the event needs to be considered and to find a way to minimize this usage, either from more effective packaging to less water in the bottles or to other type of bottles, because now it's more and more concern from the athlete community and the social impact of the event, that this kind of images will not be part of the event and the photos and the videos that comes after it, because the people in the social media, they react in such images from the event. But we don't want to talk about the bad practices. We want to focus on the best practices. And as we said before, venues is also very important. And it's been a part of all the major events and the sport clubs that they try to build new venues that they have. The sustainable approach is on the top level when designing the event. So we can see from Johan Cruyff Arena in Amsterdam in Holland, from the Atlanta Falcons team in USA, or the World Game Stadium in Taiwan, that by creating, putting solar panels and have a renewable energy for the events, or for the rainwater collection, that creates a much less energy consumption and water usages for the events, that this has a very important impact for the results of the event and the venues. And as we see in the case of a World Game Stadium in Taiwan, that the energy that it been used from the solar panels, it's then later sold to third parties that they can use the renewable energy. If we focus then to other events, we have some examples of events around the world and associations that they have their sustainability approach. For example, the Waste Management Phoenix Open, it has been declared that over the past 8 years, since the largest zero waste sport event, that everything that it has been produced and consumed from the event, it's either recycled or composed or donated to associations or local community, or all the signs that are being used, they have been reused later, or the building materials that are being used for the event, then it goes to the local communities. So this is, let's say, one very successful event. It's a golf event. The same with the NHL, the National Hockey League in USA and Canada, that they have a very environmental approach and specific guidelines to the teams on how they will organize the games every time there is a game. Or the football club, the Forest Green Rovers, that they have, they are considered to be the greenest football club in the world. Their energy, their stadium the generation of the generated energy comes 100% from renewable energy. Everybody in the club, they are 100% vegan. Of course, this is an approach that we all know in the food industry, what it means, the food and the meat consumption in terms of emissions into the atmosphere. So the club is 100% vegan, and they try to have a minimum packaging for everything that it's been consumed during those events. And of course, one Danish team that, excuse me that I can't pronounce the name well, but it's owned by a non-profit organization. So it means that all the profit goes to environmental activities and actions, and that even the players, the contract that they have, the 2 or 3% of the contracts, they go to environmental activities. And of course, as we discussed about the Sustainable Development Goals, the team is promoting the gender equality. Something that is very important to be discussed about the environment and the sport events, it's the air pollution. We have gathered three case studies. The one is for the National Football League in USA, the other one for the baseball and the NCAA, the college basketball in US. And we can see that in NFL, that the venues, they can be up to 100,000 people attendances for the event, that for every 10,000 people that they are attending the event, the air quality index is being decreased for 0.3 in the metric system of the air quality index. So it means that this has a major impact in the environment and the air. So if we think about that, one of the studies in the baseball league, they are saying that by the air pollution for the athletes, that leads to them to make 2 extra incorrect calls out of the 100 due to this air quality that the air quality has been decreased during the event due to the many people attending the event. And of course, about the indoor games as the college basketball, in Columbia, when they hosted the event in 2019, the air quality has been worse for almost 5 times comparing what it was before the event for this specific area and the indoor venue. So what can we do in order to prevent the air pollution during a sport event? First of all, the organization needs to have a more clean transport policy. What that means? That they should encourage the people that are going to attend the event, from the volunteers, the athletes, and the fans, to have either free public transportation or a discount when they go to the event. And that, in order to be done, they need to work with the local authorities that they are in, based on the event and the venue that it is located. Myself, I am a huge MotoGP fan, so I'm going to events around the world. And I remember being in Brno in Czech Republic, and for the MotoGP race, over the 3 days of the event, there were public local buses that they were taking all the people free of charge to the event. We are talking about 150,000 people attending the event. And during around the circuit, there were no cars. Nobody went there with a car, only people with motorbikes. So we realized how it needs to be how to be organized, the organizers with the local authorities, for the people to attend the event in a more cleaner way. Another way to prevent this is to measure the venue air quality before the event. So then when we see the result before and after, we have the data, and we realize that how much a sport event affects the air quality because we see how it was before. So those are some very important and basic steps in order to improve the air quality, not just for the event, but also for after the completion of this event. Another case study that we are focusing is a mega sport event such as the Winter Olympics, and we are focusing on the Beijing Winter Olympics 2022, that they had some two very important good and bad milestones. The one, it was that the venues were powered completely from renewable energy, 100%. That was a major step and milestone for the mega events. And also the gender equality, those are the best numbers that we have seen so far. However, 100% of the snow that it needed for the venues, it came from artificial snow. And that raised the question of how the climate crisis affect the Winter Olympic Games, and how we could find a way and what would be the proper host for the next Winter Olympic Games. Because by having 100% artificial snow, that means that there is a tremendous usage of water during the event for creating the artificial snow. And because we need some chemicals for the snow in order not to be decomposed easily, we don't know when the snow melts, what would be the effect in the landfills in the area that is the event. So those are big questions. And if we see in the next slide, all the hosts of Winter Olympic Games, if we focus on the next 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years, we will see that many of the cities that they host the Winter Olympic Games in the past, they have a high risk or they are non-reliable to host these events. So that raised big and important questions to the Olympic Committee, or of which cities and countries are suitable to host the Winter Games, because we need to focus not only on the renewable energy, but we need to focus on the environmental impact that artificial snow has to the environment in that areas. As we said at the beginning, even if we plan a perfect event, even if everything in terms of sustainability is perfectly planned, the most important aspect that defines the success of the event is the human behavior. From the organizers, from the volunteers, the athletes, and most importantly, the fans and the attendants of the event, everybody needs to have a pro-environmental behavior and awareness. This comes from the proper education of the people and the proper information of the people prior to the event and during the event. This is very, very, very important. And what we are trying to do when cooperating in the sustainability of the events is to inform the people from several months before the event. It's very important for the athletes to know, and the fans to know, that this organization, it cares, this event cares about the environment, and there need to be done several steps for that. We said about the effective transportation. Fans and athletes should use public transportation when they go to the event. And of course, something very important is we should eat and drink what we buy. So waste management is very important as well. So whatever we are producing, we should consume it all. So when we buy something to eat, we should eat it all. And then when we eat it, then we should throw the garbages to the correct bins. So later on, all this will be collected and either recycled or composed, or find other ways these to be collected in an effective way. And the last but not least is to be paperless, from the tickets of the events, from the information of the event, the digital content and the magazines. All this stuff needs to be paperless, so we reduce the consumption of the paper. So, how to organize sustainable sport activities? As organizations, we need to, and we know that we need to be in line with the protocols and the requirements that needs to be done due to COVID, but we need to make sure that all the standards be met and that we have a proper waste management of the event. And throughout the whole event and before the event, to promote practice and tactics on saving energy, water, to be effective on all these matters. And the same goes with the athletes and the fans, of course, to put everything in the correct bins, to go in the event with an effective transportation way, not disturb the environment that we go there, and in a way that, because the local community, it has a rhythm before, and we need to make sure that the impact after the event, it won't be tremendous for these areas. So, Marlies.
Just to conclude our presentation, again, it's very important to remember that sustainability, it's not about only the environment, it's about the social benefits, the economic benefits, and about the impact we have to the local communities. So those are the 10 golden rules. When you plan to have a sustainable event, commit sustainability as a team, facilitate accessible venues and services, travel lightly, buy local, ethical, and green products where relevant, recruit locally, operate efficiently, minimize waste to landfill, reduce, reuse, recycle. The 3 R's that are very important when you organize such huge events. Facilitate participation of minority groups, leave a positive legacy, and of course, celebrate and share successes. Again, it's very important to engage everyone in the event, from the participants, the organizers, the fans, the local communities, and the volunteers. And just to finish our presentation, I want to say that sport has played an important role in all societies and acted as a strong communication platform that can be used to promote a culture of peace. It is one of the most cost-effective and versatile tools to promote sustainability and raise awareness for the environmental issue. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Amarilis, Mr. Orestis Angouridakis. I will now hand you over to Mr. Sotiris Milonas for his comment on the subject. Mr. Milonas.
Good evening. Thank you for this event. The presentation was very well to the point with all the issues that we're facing now in terms of sustainability. I have a few slides I will share with you, many common areas covered already. So before saying my presentation, I want to say that we have a lot of challenges, and COVID is not the only challenge. Now we have a very huge challenge with the Ukraine issue, and we hope that peace will come to the world very quickly. And then we have to adapt with all the climate issues and the climate problems that are very, very important. And believe me, COVID was something very small if we compare with the climate issues that we need to face. I want to say a few things about the framework, the European framework and the Green Deal. And it's something that the European Union has decided for all the countries of the European Union, and also all the countries that have signed the Climate Paris Agreement. that 2050 is the limit to not to exceed 1.5 degrees, which is a tipping point in terms of climate issues. So all this is under the framework of Green Deal, and Greece, all the EU countries have to comply with many regulations. So we have the regulation that is coming very quickly. It's postponed because of this Ukraine issue, is the climate law that will affect also the sports events. So there's a requirement to reduce the climate and the carbon emissions by 30% in the coming years up to 2030. We have the law for the waste management. As Pai said, waste is a challenging problem, especially for Greeks and Greek islands. And recycling is not the solution because recycling is not sustainable. So we have to focus in areas like prevention and stopping plastic waste and things like that. And another point that also it was said before, and I will say my presentation, is about greenwashing. So we have the issue of sustainability in sports events, which is the pinching is shared.
I think we need some minutes for Mr. Milonas to find the share screen.
Sorry for this. Screen, I'm not sure.
Allow a few minutes for the technical difficulties. Unfortunately, Mr. Milonas cannot share the screen. Is it possible for you to continue without it? I think it's frozen. Let's give a minute to Mr. Milonas. So let's give a minute for that. And if you don't mind, Mrs. Amarilis and Mr. Angouridaki, let's continue with the first question from the audience.
Of course.
So it was, the first question was, based on your experience, what is the biggest misconception about sustainability?
Through the sport events, probably. I think that when you think about sustainability,
okay.
I was moved to another room. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so let's see which way do we go. Mr. Milonas, is it possible for you to share the screen?
Yes, of course.
Or do you need some time?
No, fine.
Okay, so if you don't mind, Mr. and Mrs. Angouridaki, let's continue with Mr. Milonas and follow the program. Thank you. So, okay. Mr. Milonas, it's up to you.
Thank you. Sorry for this. It happens with internet. Always, all these hybrid events have problems. So I was talking about greenwashing, and the case of Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics was a case of greenwashing because 2 million cubic meters of water was used to cover all the artificial snow used, and huge energy, even it was renewable, was used to support this event. So the case of greenwashing is always an issue that should be considered when you're designing a sustainability event. So what is the problem? What is the problem? The problem is that if we exceed the 1.5 degrees, that this is written by the International Panel of Climate Change, then huge problems will occur. That's the problem of a lot of the water rise, climate change, very excessive winds, issues like that will happen. And this is a tipping point that we need to consider. Everybody has a small little piece to give, and the sports event must be sustainable. And I will focus again on the key points for sustainability for events. So areas to focus: accommodation, climate, carbon, waste and waste management, plastics, which is a key issue. And if we continue like that with plastics, in 3 years' time from now, we will have more plastics in the oceans than fishes. Energy, and we see the energy problem with the energy cost, what is happening. We are very dependent in fossil fuel, so we need to move quickly to renewable energy. Water and biodiversity, social responsibility, catering and food waste. Food waste, it's a dominant producer of CO2 emissions. Procurement, supply chain, transportation, education, and volunteering. In all the events, you must calculate the CO2 emissions. And of course, you must start thinking hybrid events. It's not possible for sports events, but eliminating transportation is very critical. Think local and use the local assets. Locality is about food, is about culture, is about many things. Always make sustainable actions regarding suppliers and partners. Very important is to conclude with a report what happened to the event, the consumptions, the output, what was good, what was bad. You need to set up a team. If you don't have a team, you cannot make it. It's very important to partner with somebody who is knowledgeable on those areas. You need to have a team. You need to separate what everybody is doing. You need to understand what are the key sustainable issues for all the relevant stakeholders, and you need to describe the needs. You must have an action plan, otherwise you cannot do it. It's impossible to have everything perfect. So you need to focus on the key areas when organizing an event. Monitoring the results is very important. You have to monitor the energy consumption, the waste, the carbon, as I said before, and then make a public report available with all the results. But the most important area to focus is stop greenwashing by using the correct facts. This is very critical when we talk about sustainability. I don't want to add anything else. I'm available for any questions and discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Milonas. You are very quick. Thank you all. Let's move on to the Q&A session. The first question I already asked, but I will repeat for Mr. and Mrs. Angouridakis. Based on your experience, what is the biggest misconception about sustainability on sports management?
Okay, thank you. So I think that the biggest misconception is that sustainability concerns only the environment, but this is not true. The environment has impact to social and economic aspects. So when we think about sustainability, we have to think about those 3 pillars and their implementation and their impact on our lives. It's not only about the environment, but the environment is part of the sustainability.
So, okay, thank you. Our second question comes from Evgenia Zoumaka, who would like to know what is the current status of sustainability regarding the Greek stadia? Do the newly established stadia take into consideration the sustainability factor?
Thank you, Evgenia, for the question. Yeah, the problem is that there are many aspects that needs to be considered. Comes from the sponsors, comes from the local community, and we can't say that we are happy in terms of how the Greek standards are implemented in this case in terms of sustainability. So there are many things that need to be considered in order to improve that.
Thank you. The third question is quite specific for the football fans. How can football clubs become more sustainable on game days? At the moment, it seems like Greek clubs are doing nothing to reduce their environmental footprint. What measures could be implemented in new stadiums or so?
Yes, that's a major concern. As we said before, for example, they need to go paperless, so we don't have paper for all the digital for all the contents of the event. Then about everything that is consumed during the event, for example, for the catering, the packaging. Based on our experience, we see that there have been no steps to improve that, to improve the packaging and all the products that are used during the event. So yeah, we are not satisfied from that. And as we said in the presentation, for the new stadiums, for example, the AEK Stadium or Panathinaikos Stadium that it's going to start anytime soon, it should be the environmental approach of the event are very critical. The environmental approach of the venue is very critical in order to improve and have better results in terms of sustainability during the event.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Milonas, is anything that you would like to add on that?
Yes, of course. In terms of the Greek standards, I think at the moment there are many standards in terms of regulations for the construction, for the operation of many issues, but we need to put the puzzle together and make it happen. So for new constructions, there is a mandatory to be energy class A, for example. LEED is very difficult for a new construction in Greece. I'm an engineer, so believe me, it's something that it's quite complicated to have it at the moment. But for the venues, I think I would start from something on the top, like all the football teams, to have a sustainable policy. The issue of violence is very important, and if you don't start from making all sports peaceful and open to the societies, we cannot talk about sustainability. So we need on the top policy that all the teams and all the events are sustainable in principle, not only focus on operational issues, and then we can start talking about sustainability. So we need to educate everybody, all the stakeholders, what sustainability means, and it's not only environment. The social issue is becoming the most important one.
Thank you very much for your time. That is all the time that we had for today. I would like to remind you all to follow our hashtag FrontRunners2022. It was great having you with us. Thank you all, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yannis Stavroulakis, Senior Editor at Greek website Gazeta.gr, the official EuroLeague media partner in Greece, and I will be the moderator of our next session. Please do not forget to follow our hashtag FrontRunners2022 and to send your questions under the streaming of each speaker. Please welcome on stage Mr. Utku Yusuf, Digital Media and Marketing Manager of Anadolu Efes. He will speak to us about the Anadolu Efes, the marketing giant. But before we begin our session, I would like to raise this white card and invite you to do the same with me. On the occasion of the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace on April 6th, we raise awareness and participate in the White Card campaign, which is initiated by the non-profitable organization Peace and Sport, showing that sport can be an answer to social issues and that it can bring to the construction of a culture of peace. Well, Mr. Yusuf, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So I'll share my presentation here first. So today, actually, I would like to talk a little bit about a brief history of the club. And after that, I would like to talk about the mission and the vision that it was created, why it was created, and the ecosystem of the club, the third parties that is around the club, and also some marketing assets and the post-pandemic strategic change that we did, a successful change that we did. And I will try to set an example for my fellow colleagues, actually. So my name is Utku Yusuf Özciğer. I'm the marketing and digital media manager of the club. In the club, I deal with the marketing strategy, marketing campaigns, and branding and advertisements, management of the digital media, including social media ads, digital broadcasting, digital projects, and strategy and content management, of course. And on the physical side, I manage the game day events, creation of the game day events. And on the partnership side, I manage the activations of the partners and education side of the partners and how they can use actually our platform, because it's being a basketball club, it's a platform for other brands so that they can communicate their brands or products or campaigns, etc. So Anadolu Efes Sports Club, named before as Efes Peace and Sports Club, was founded when our president, Mr. Tuncay Özilan, bought a small basketball club in Istanbul, actually named Kadıköy Spor Kulübü, Kadıköy Sports Club, in 1976. And one of the missions of having this club was to contribute to the improvement of Turkish sports, actually, to represent our country in the European arena with success, and of course set an example to encourage youth about basketball in our country. So having worked with this mentality in more than 45 years, this is the 46th year now, the club actually won the most cups in Turkey, and also won in the team sports in our country the first European level cup, which was Courage Cup, and it has this pride on it, working during these 45-46 years. And apart from, of course, the successes on the court, on the marketing side, event side, it also won a lot of trophies. And these are the last trophies that we won in the previous year, EuroLeague Championship and the 15th Turkish League Championship. As I said before, one of the main reasons were to encourage the youth about basketball. So during all these years, it also nurtured thousands of people, I am one of them, into basketball. And some of them are professional basketball players right now. Some of them are managers in the business right now, like me. Some of them are in other sides of the sector or in other sectors, and it became a school actually for many young people. And these are the cups that we won, our youth teams won in its history. And it's again the club that won the most cups in the youth teams level as well. And these are some of the players that were nurtured from the club and went to NBA to play. For sure, you know all of them. And as I said before, the club's name was Efes Peace and Sports Club. But in 2011, by law, the name had to change from Efes Peace and Sports Club to Anadolu Efes Sports Club. And as if it was the reason, it was the name of the change of the name, the club couldn't had as many successes as it used to have on the court. So the president and the managers understood that this is not a sustainable business to be in, to just to rely on the successes on the court. So they made a research and they came together with a university, they worked with a university, and they understood that this is not the sector that we are into, actually. So most people think that Efes is in basketball or sports sector, but actually Efes is not in basketball sector. Efes is in entertainment sector. So they made the research, they came up with a business plan, and they changed actually the way that they look at the sector, and they understood that, okay, we are in entertainment sector. What we do is play basketball. It's our main event, and we will just plan actually our way around basketball. So they came up with this point of view, and these are some of the examples that we have been doing to show you the entertainment actually. As I said before, one of the missions is that it has this association, social side club, and since the beginning of its foundation, it had this responsibility, and throughout these years, it became an example in the country and in Europe, in European basketball with its social responsibility projects. And some of them are, you can see with the photos, ping pong on the court, to raise awareness for breast cancer, one team CSR project of EuroLeague basketball, bring a book to help students on the eastern part of Turkey that are not able to get as many as books or information as the rest of the students, let's say. And the latest projects that the initiatives that we initiated are Score for a Tree. Actually, it was a CSR project that we realized in our Asvel game, and every point that we made were counted as trees, and also during the game and during the game day activations, halftime activations on the foyer area. Fans also contributed with their baskets, or quizzes turned into trees instead of giving them the jersey, etc. And the other one was UNDP's 17 goals. So it was to raise awareness of the situation that we are in right now, to raise awareness for the sustainability that we are in right now. And my cat is here. So, since the beginning of our foundation, we are realizing CSR projects actually to give back to the community, not only to raise awareness but to take action also. So, as I said before, I want to talk about the ecosystem that we are in right now. Anadolu Efes Sports Club is playing basketball in the pioneering basketball league of Turkey, which is under the Turkish Basketball Federation. The club plays basketball in the EuroLeague, the pioneering basketball league of Europe, and it's one of the founders of the EuroLeague. And it's an association of Anadolu Group, which includes nearly 80 companies in 19 sectors. It works with, actually, we work with more than 10 agencies to do our job. We work as a team with them, and I believe, and I'm proud that we come up with very good job. We are in agreement with more than 22 sponsors, and they are the leaders in their sector. And in the next page, I'll talk about our mentality, how we do the sponsorship, how we see the sponsorship, and what's our point of view. We are in good relationship with the press, with the broadcaster, and the influencers, because they help our name to be communicated to outside. And we don't work directly with influencers, but we have influencers around us, and we are always in good communication with them. I will talk more with details about the club assets, but before that, the most important part in this ecosystem are our fans. So every basketball or sports lover who is looking for a safe, fun environment, who is looking for the feelings, the emotions of basketball with the fair play mentality are our fans. And the biggest objective that we have is to increase the fan base. I'll skip to the club assets, but before sponsorships, these are our sponsors right now. Well, there's some more that are coming. Our mentality with the sponsorship is that we don't go to the sponsors or possible sponsors like, okay, we have this package that includes this, and that. This is X thousand euros. We have package B, this includes this, and that. This is Y thousand euros. This is not our mentality. We go to them, we listen to them, and we understand their needs actually. Then we work on packages that would fit to them the best way. So by doing this, we come up with the best solution. So we maintain a sustainable agreement with them. So for example, with Sarah, we have been in partnership more than 23 years right now. So with this mentality, we come up with sustainable sponsorships. As I said before, I'll now talk about the club assets that we are promoting. For sure, the biggest one, the most important one, is the team roster, the senior team of the club. And they're our influencers, they're our celebrities. And we try to use their power of communication the best way we can. Youth teams, as I said, it's very important for Efes because it's also known for its history of nurturing young people to the basketball world. So this is also one of the biggest and the strongest assets that we have. Game day experience, as I said 2 sentences before. For us, creating a safe and entertaining environment where fans can feel the emotions of basketball on the court, alone or with their friends next to them, or with some people that could be friends, is our main objective when we design the game day actually. Before designing the game day, of course, we come up with a yearly plan. Then after every game, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks before, we come up with our agencies, come up with the creative plans, so that fans can come inside, feel the emotions of basketball, and even though the team loses on the court, when they go home, they put their heads on their pillows. They can say, okay, today the team lost, but it's okay. I had an amazing day today with my kids, with my wife, with my husband, with my partner, thanks to Efes. So this is the main objective that we are trying to do. Our job is not related to the basketball. That is not related to the results that are happening on the court. Of course, it affects us, but this is not our direct, let's say, strategic goal. Our objective is to entertain people, actually, basically. So these are the numbers that a game they could reach. Çaylak, our mascot. So he's, I think, the best one in Europe. Since the beginning, he has been doing a great job. And our digital communication channels. Actually, the digital transformation for our club started 6 years ago. Actually, it was the first time that I was in the club. I came to the club as the digital manager, and it was the first step, I guess, that the club made to start this digital transformation. And it was the first club that changed the whole communication to digital. And since then, we have been investing our time, our money on the improvement of our digital channels, social media channels. Of course, during that time, especially after the pandemic, it got fastened for sure. And during that time, also, we had our loyalty program called Fan Card, and the Fan Card loyalty program changed to Fan Club and were put inside a mobile app that was developed back then. And what is Fan Club? It's a loyalty program that fans can download for free, can apply. And when they come to the court, when they come to the games, they can check in through their mobile application, they can get points, and they can use these points with the experiences or to reach the experiences that they cannot buy with money, or they can get discounts, they can get free presents, they can get autographed jerseys, or they can get the chance of traveling with the team to an away game. So this is a great loyalty program that we have been managing, I believe. The strategy also started with the digital transformation period, let's say. Also during that time, the ticketing was also transformed into digital totally, and these are the numbers. And talking about the ticketing, of course, I cannot skip this record that we just broke. And this season, with more than 15,000 people, we broke our record actually in the attendance in a EuroLeague game, and it was a very proud success that we achieved. So here I would like to talk about the post-pandemic process, post-pandemic period that we were into. Maybe you remember that in that season, during the pandemic happened, the team on the court was doing great. The activities that we were doing on the court were amazing. Sold out records again. Fan base was growing. Everybody was happy actually supporting Efes and being next to Efes brand. But suddenly, pandemic happened. As we all remember, it was very bad, sad times for all. And as a club play, the main activity is to play basketball. We couldn't have the main activity that we had. So this meant a lot of things regarding the revenues that we could get from sponsors, that we could get from media, etc. So when there was a situation that nobody knew what to do, we had to came up with a plan. We had to be pioneering club to came up with a plan. So we made the plan. But before that, I would like to talk about our mentality of doing things. We don't, as the club, we always try to be a pioneering brand. To do this, we don't just go out there and do the things that the rest are doing, the things that are trend. Okay, this is very famous right now, we should do this. Okay, this project is very important, we should do this. No, we actually always start our step by doing a research. After doing a research, we get the results and we come up with a strategy. This strategy is our roadmap actually. And we use this roadmap to go our strategic goal. So this is how we do our business. Here I like to give an example that I really like. Imagine that You are in a forest, you are in a jungle, and you are trying to reach to a point. And there are some also, you are a group. There are also some other groups that are trying to reach to their point, but there are so many trees. Some groups are chopping some trees. Chopping trees are maybe a bit bad example, but they try to make their way by chopping trees, and you just see them and you just follow them because you think it's the right way. This is not what we do. First, we climb up on a tree. We understand where we are. We understand where we want to go. This is our research. Then we go down. When we are up, we write our, let's say, map. We go down. We know our next steps. We know our ways to go to our strategic goal. So we make our own ways to go to our strategic goal. But during that time, of course, something may happen, like during the pandemic, and some trees may fall down to close our way. So then what we do, we go up again on a tree, we rewrite our map, then we go down, and we keep continuing going to the same strategic goal. So this was such a period for us during pandemic. So we had to do something to go to our strategic goal, to find new ways to our goal. We went down and we took our steps. What did we do was when it first came out, we actually needed to create social benefits. So we informed our followers, our fans or basketball lovers with informative, or we offered them educational or amusing, supportive and unifying communications. And the fan interaction during that season was amazing. So we had to keep that level of interaction. So we made communications to remind them the emotions that they had when they were supporting the club. So we made communications for them to remember that season. Season ticket holders, for sure, they are so important for us. And it was at its record number that season. So we had to make them happy. So when the season was canceled, we directly refunded their money, and luckily only very small amount of them refunded the money. And sponsors, very important, as you can imagine. So they couldn't get the rights they were getting, especially in a game day. And a game day doesn't mean only that it will reach to 15,000 fans in a sold out game. Also, there is the broadcasting side. So we couldn't give them their rights. So we had to give them, in a way, their rights. So we created new revenue models and new communication areas, which was digital, of course. And directly we offered them new revenue models and new communication areas. And during that time, even we made a digital agreement with a sponsor. It was Old Spice. It was through Zoom, as we are doing right now. It was again a proud moment for us. It was a very successful thing for us. But of course, it was the first action plan that we had. It was the first steps that we made. But we knew that post-pandemic was going to affect us, and we knew that we were in a situation that broadcast revenues, advertisements and sponsorship revenues, and game day revenues were cut. And because there were no games, so there were no revenues. And we knew that, and it was foreseen also that, and with the researches that we read, etc., that the games without fans will continue the next season. So we had to come up with a plan. And we also knew that D2C services adaptation is accelerated, and wider and differentiated revenue models were being created, and we had to create also. and virtual technologies also were improved. So to survive, let's say, we had to find the solutions. We had to make new ways. So as Anadolu Efes, our strategic goal is always aiming for growing our fan base, transferring the basketball culture actually to youth generations. We try to offer quality content in the framework of our slogan, "Where I Stand." We try to turn our game days into a ritual with the most entertaining way, with the safest way. And we always interact with our fans. We always listen to our followers and execute actually what. So this is our strategic goal. The goal didn't change, but the ways to go to that goal, of course, changed. We had to come up with a new strategy, new goals. We said, okay, if we want to survive and to be successful as a brand, we need to strengthen our digital position. We need to get new followers in the digital world. We need to create new communities also outside of Istanbul, in the other cities, especially on the eastern part of Turkey, using our strengthened digital channels. And there will be games without fans, so we need to find a way to digitalize the game day or to mobilize it so that they can just take their phones and reach to the game day. So we came up with some ideas, next steps, that we created Anadolu Efes Studio. Actually, it's a platform it's a streaming platform, streaming channel that was created and improved as a solution during the pandemic. First, of course, to create interaction with the fans, with the current fans or with the possible fans. And the second, to create new revenue models and sponsorship areas for our sponsors or for the possible sponsors. And the first and the biggest maybe content that it created, that it offered, was Anadolu Efes Studio pre-game TV show, which includes as a guest many famous people, sports people, journalists, singers, musicians, etc. And also it offers, the aim is to digitalize the game day experience, so to the fans that cannot be on the court. While doing this, also try to offer to our sponsors new ways of communication. And normally in a game day, they can reach their brand with, let's say, with a ribbon LED to the most 15,000 people. But with Anadolu Efes Studio, they can show their brand to, as you can see here, they can show their brand, or they can communicate their brand to hundreds of thousands of people. So it was a very, very important achievement that we managed, that we created. And this is the second season that we are continuing with the project. And suddenly it became as important as a game day for our sponsors to communicate their brand. Also, Anadolu Efes Digital Seeds. It was the first initiative that was done in European basketball. For sure, you all know Digital Seeds project initiative from the NBA, when during the pandemic that they created a LED screen on the court and they invited their fans to see the game from their homes as if it's live, and also on the TV that they could be seen. So it was an initiative that we created with the partnership of FSPs and our naming sponsor, Microsoft Turkey and Bein Sports Turkey. It was a one-time project, but it helped us reach these partners' names to millions of people. So it was a successful project as well, and it was the first time in European basketball. And Anadolu Efes away game digital watch togethers. normally during the regular time, we always come together with our fans, especially with our fan club members, to see our games together, to share the emotions again, to pass the experience to them in a physical place, like in a bar, in a restaurant, etc. But again, during the pandemic, we couldn't do it, and we said, why don't we do it on Zoom? And we partnered with Bein Sports Turkey again, and we included in the digital event our partners so that they can keep communicating their brands through some gifts, discounts, some quizzes, etc. So we invited our fans with the moderation in a Zoom meeting. They watched the game and they shared the feelings again. They made their comments. They get their presents from our sponsors, and it was again a very good achievement for us during the pandemic.
Great.
So these were the steps that we took during the pandemic, and I have a very short video here to show you, to try to make you understand the whole experience actually as the club. And here we can play a video so that I can transfer the experience that we are creating as the club.
And after that, yes.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Really, it was really impressive. It was really impressive, Mr. Yusuf. And right now, let's move on to our audience questions. If you don't have something else to add, I think that we can give.
I can also maybe add one more sentence. As you can see, as you could see or you couldn't see in the video, there is no basketball. So of course, basketball is our main event, a main entertainment for sure. But what we are trying to achieve is to offer the fun around basketball, being also a platform for our brands. So as the person who is who has, let's say, a hand on those projects that you saw in the video. I feel very proud, and of course, as Utku, also as with my teammates and with the leadership of my manager, Gökçe. And with all these projects that we realized, maybe you already know that in the marketing awards of EuroLeague basketball, where they evaluate all the projects of EuroLeague and EuroCup clubs, we are the club that won the best and the most golden and the award and the most awards, marketing awards in Europe. And also, as I said before, CSR projects. It's as a club which is an association for Anadolu Group, is always important, and also
let's say one question was COVID a threat for Anadolu Efes or an opportunity, let's say, to further boost the club's digital transformation?
It could be a bad moment for us, but we use this moment as an advantage. We turn this period to our advantage, let's say. This is how I call it. Just yesterday we talked about it with my colleagues, and we said we could have just stayed during the pandemic and said, okay, we will just use our digital channels the same because it's pandemic. We could use this excuse, but instead we came together. We forced ourselves by making extra meetings, maybe extra work, and we came up with a project that is called Anadolu Efes Studio. So we turned this bad situation into a good situation, let's say.
Also, I would like to ask you, what has been the most successful campaign and activation at your time with Anadolu Efes?
This is hard to say, actually. There are many activations, and sometimes I forget about them because it's my 6th year in the club. But the latest one, I could say Anadolu Efes Studio as a platform and as the pre-game live show, is a pre-game program, let's say. Because it created something new for the club that we always wanted, and thanks to pandemic, I should say, we made it happen, and we persuaded people and the fans and the sponsors that okay, this is the new way of streaming sports. Maybe not the game because of the agreements, but so they liked it, and it was a success.
And one more question. Thank you for sharing a benchmark marketing strategy. How do you see the future of streaming platforms? Could streaming platforms jeopardize revenues from TV rights?
I don't know if they will, but I think they should, yes.
So simply.
Yeah.
They should. And finally, one more question.
Where it goes, actually. This is where it goes. Or the TV channels or the right holders should strengthen their digital sites, digital streaming sites.
I guess especially
to use these assets the best way.
I guess especially this period when the TV rights are always on the table, when we're talking about EuroLeague and the clubs that have to do with the TV rights. It's a story that has to do, we are talking about it every time at every EuroLeague meeting, every meeting of the shareholders of EuroLeague. It's something that everybody talks about it.
Yeah, I was always thinking, I mean, of course, there can be some obstacles that we cannot know or understand, but I was always thinking that EuroLeague TV is the perfect asset that should be improved. But for sure, there are some reasons it wasn't the best way in its form. But now I see that it's getting way better. It's improving.
And finally, I would like to ask you what it means for a club to keep the attendance record in EuroLeague, even though you don't have a football club with it. I guess that he's talking about the quantity of the fan base of Anadolu Efes.
Yeah, what it means, you ask, right? The question.
what it means, yes, for a club to keep the attendance record in EuroLeague.
As I try to explain with my sentences during the ecosystem part, fans, improving the fan base is the most important objective that we have. It's let's say the final goal, because when you increase the fan base, the rest is coming. The media is showing you more sponsors are coming, more sponsor revenues are coming. When you get more revenues, you can offer better show, better entertainment to the fans. It's the most important point in the ecosystem. And personally, and I speak again for myself and for my teammates, it's so proud to achieve these numbers. And I shared the other day post, and I was very proud to get these numbers. It's not and also in my post I said it's not one day's job. I've been working in the club for 6 years. It's not one day's job or one person's job, not mine, not the person alone who was working in the club before, not the people that are working right now. It's a whole process, I guess, and it's happening thanks to a good strategy. It's a good because of a good business plan.
And I guess that it's really important what you said earlier, that you are not only focusing on Istanbul, but also in the east part of the country.
Yeah, because we know by data, because thanks to our fan club mobile application, that we also have fans and we also have possible fan base that could grow in the other cities. We don't guess it, we just know it by data that we have. And data is also very important for us, and we are trying to improve it.
Great, Mr. Yusuf, thank you very much for your participation. It was great having you. Thank you one more time. Wish you all the best for the future, for you personally and for the club.
The same here, and it was a great experience for me to talk to you, and I hope it will be successful for anybody who listens to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here. My name is Vasilis Abrakos. I'm a sports journalist. I work as a writer and publishing consultant at Gazeta.gr. And I am also a pundit for Cosmote TV. And together we are going to move on to our next subject, which is the topic sports agent keys, skills, and responsibilities. And together with us, let's welcome him, Mr. Paschalis Toudouris. He's the founder and the CEO of ProSport, a leading company in Greek football. And he's, among others, also the agent of the international Liverpool football player, Kostas Tsimikas. Mr. Toudouris, welcome.
Hello, Mr. Sambrakos. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm happy to present to the younger generation some key elements about regarding the profession of sports agent, which actually seems to be a lucrative and a luxurious profession, but the difficulties are huge, and I'm glad that I will have the opportunity to share my experiences with you and with our audience.
Great. We can't wait. The stage is yours.
Perfect. So are we ready to start?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So let me share the screen with the presentation. Okay. All right. So we'll discuss about the role of an agent in the professional football. Actually, I'm planning to have 10-15 minutes maximum of presentation, and then some discussion and some questions from Mr. Sambrakos, which will come from the audience, which we will be happy to answer. So let's start with some points here about our agenda. First of all, I will make a quick introduction about our company, ProSport International. Then we will move to the part of how you can become an agent. Do you need a license? What was the historical background? How it all started from FIFA, the regulation. Obviously, we will discuss about the skills, the qualification, and some conflict of interest, the qualifications that you need to go. Is there any university that you can study this profession, or you can prepare yourself to become a successful agent? And then we will discuss also the FIFA new agent regulation. This is something that is not published yet. We've got some internal information and communication with other agents and with the agency committee, the International Agency Committee, that are representing the majority of agents around the world in those discussions with FIFA in order to get to the finalities of the new regulations, which will enter into force later this year. We expect in the last part of the year. And then obviously, what's the role of an agent in modern football? And then we will finish with some highlights of some database that I've collected to share with you, with record transfers, commissions earned, the nice part of the business, and the questions that I will answer your questions. Okay, so I'll move to the presentation. Okay, as Vasily said earlier, obviously our highlight is the transfer of Kostas Tsimikas. Obviously, when you do a profession for 20 years, you are more than happy to experience those moments that really are moments that are unforgettable in your whole life. And trust me, guys, it's not about the money. It's not about the glory that you're going to get. It's about the recognition of your work. And especially when for a specific deal, you're working hard for 6 or 7 years and you're building a strategy out of it for it to make it work. Obviously, the player is always the one who leads the road. But you know, when he has got a good supporting staff around him, we give him the best possibilities to succeed. So that was the highlight. The company was founded in 2002, and we are trying, as we will discuss later, to provide holistic services related to the sports industries. We have our headquarters in Athens. We've got some satellite offices, small accounting mainly structures in Germany and Belgium, which are two of the markets that we truly believed over the years that are very useful and very well connected with the Greek market. There was a good reputation of Greek players, especially in the Belgian market, and we've been working this market for several years. In total, we are involved in more than 350 placements of footballers, deals, renewal of contracts over the years in 30 different countries, which allows us to gain experience, which allows us to try and understand the differences in culture, the differences in law, the differences in taxation, the differences of people that you are dealing with. So that's a part of the experience that, also invaluable. So as we write here, a team that never settles. We are a team of people that never settles. The company, we are expanding the services to personal branding, social media management, obviously, content production, and of course, preparing the exciting world of Web3. I will add education. I will add a lot of other aspects that we are working on. Unfortunately, it's only 24 hours per day, so we don't have much time to do everything, but we are working hard to be able to follow the flow and to follow the new technologies and take advantage of it and use. All right, so let's start with the question, how can I become an agent? And we're gonna see historical background of it. Okay, so let's start when the real part of agents started. It was during, the years are an estimate, right? It's not exact years, it's not exact dates. So in the mid-90s, it was the first period of time that the agents took over, let's say, the careers of footballers in European football. Those days, in order to get a license, in order to become an agent, you needed to have a license, which was, you needed to deposit a bank guarantee of the amount of 40,000 Swiss francs, approximately. Those days it was it was pegged to the US dollar, so it was like more or less 40,000 US dollars, and that was it. With 40,000 Swiss francs, you could be able to have a license. Those days it was quite a lot of money, I must say. I was still in the university at that time, so I was lucky not to have to pay this amount to get my license. There were no restriction in fees and in representation contracts. So in other words, you could sign a player to represent a player for 10 years. And just give you an example, because now it's only restricted to 2. So you could ask any fees, any commission fees, no restrictions, and it was like that. And that was the beginning, and that was what made this profession quite interesting for a lot of outsiders of the industry. So then I have to move a bit faster, I think, because it's already 10 minutes. So then in 2000, we started to have some exams, and that was the part that I started. I took my license in 2000, in June in 2000. So I had to take a test with a multiple choice test by the local federation. I went to the Greek Federation. There was no expiry date of my license. The commission fee was still open. It was negotiable. We had to represent the player for maximum 2 years, and there was no restriction of minors. So in other words, you could represent a kid which was like 12 years old, 14 years old, 16 years old, no problems whatsoever. The problems were that during this time, FIFA had to deal with a lot of conflict and a lot of cases that went to the legal side with a lot of agents. So that was the reason that in 2015, FIFA said, okay, I've had enough. I'm out of the agents business. You are not called anymore FIFA agent. All the previous licenses are recalled. We don't need to, you don't need to take any exams at the moment. You just need to go to your local federation, and each federation implements its own regulations based obviously on some recommendations that are coming from FIFA. So there was again no license. You just needed to provide one annual professional liability insurance like many other professions. Obviously, you needed a clear criminal record per year, and then a small fee to register. And then you have until today, you are obliged to register to every federation that you are making a transfer. So for example, if you make a transfer in the Bundesliga, you have to register with the German Football Federation. If you have to make regardless if you are registered in another federation, you have to be registered in several federations wherever you are involved in a deal. They did it to control the market because all the transactions are going to the transfer matching system, which is the TMS. Probably whoever is involved in football, in the football industry, is obviously aware of it. So TMS is an online system which every club that finalizes a transfer has to submit to FIFA and to UEFA, which is like the transfer fee that you pay for a player, the contract itself, you uploaded it, and then you have to add all the fees, including the commission. So they start now to have a better understanding and a better view of the financial part of the market. Unfortunately, this brought some unpleasant events because several non-professional, let's put it this way, non-professional, specialized people entered the market. Because remember, the only obligation for you is to get a clear criminal record and an annual professional liability. So anyone could do it. Whatever you did before, you can become an agent suddenly. So imagine when there were a lot of fees involved, how many outsiders of this industry joined and create damage to the players, to the market. And that's why now, as we discussed earlier, FIFA is bringing up new regulations. So there will be exams again, more difficult than the previous time, and it will be annual examination. So that's good because you have to continue developing and learning and keeping track of the new rules. Obviously, the criminal records. There will be a cap for the commission that the agent is able to negotiate, which is something that we don't want, obviously. That's why we are negotiating on it. But okay, we will see. This is still pending for every player's or club's agent. Now it's a good time to explain. There are not only players' agents, there are also clubs' agents. For example, a club can hire an intermediary or an agent in order to finalize a contract on their behalf. So in other words, I want to sell Tsimikas, for example, from Liverpool to a third club. Okay, let's say to Manchester City. Okay, so I trust one agent. I don't trust, or I don't know, or I prefer to do the business with my own agent. Okay, I mandate another person who is not related to the player, and he's concluding the deal for me, or he's trying to approach the clubs to bring offers to my club. So, and another key element of the new regulations has to do with the extra protection for minors. Some federations have already implemented some regulations, very strict regulations. One of those is the FA about the minors, but it's not generalized. So right now, you will have to have extra courses to be able to participate, to take extra exams also, to be able to represent minors. And now we have also a discussion about the definition of minor. Who is a minor? A minor, the definition that FIFA wants to use is the player who is only eligible to sign a contract 6 months earlier before this date. So in other words, if you are eligible to sign a contract when you are 16 years old, you are minor if you are 15 and a half and younger. Okay, so that's a brief discussion about it. And then let's go to move subject, which also has to do a bit with the regulations since 2015 and what kind of people came into the industry. Let's see the professional background of the agents today. Okay, that's a brief estimate. So we have lawyers, we have ex-lawyers or lawyers, journalists, ex-journalists, which in my understanding it's logical because you are close to the industry or you understand it. Ex-footballers as well, businessmen and managerial professionals, restaurant owners, which is very famous. Actually, the most famous agent was not even an owner. He was working in a restaurant, Mino Raiola. I guess everyone has heard his name and his success. Family members and tax advisors. My brother is my agent. My cousin is my agent. Adventurers, the people that want to make some quick money, that the previous regulations of FIFA allowed this to happen. And the funny part, everyone for Turkey, North Africa, Nigeria, and recently Greece. So in other words, wherever I go, I see agents from Turkey, from North Africa, and from Nigeria, especially in the central part of Europe, Belgium and Germany. There is so many people. There are so many people from Turkey and North Africa who are dealing. I'm very sure that actually the agents from Turkey are much more than the football players of any levels of the Turkish football players. So this is the professional background of the agents today. Now, let's move forward. Okay, the education. Now, this is the part that I think would be very interesting for you guys because you are studying at the moment, so you are probably wondering how can I join this profession? How can I become an agent? What course could help me? So FIFA, they started to have some international universities around the world. FIFA also has some of its own programs. There are, as I said, some international universities around the world that they have very interesting courses or even masters or bachelor degrees that could help. There are some other independent institutions, and recently some large football clubs like Real Madrid are offering, some valuable courses for you to get some knowledge. Some of the courses that here, it's the sports management, obviously, football business, international sports law in practice, which is something that I had also, FIFA diploma in club management, sports science, UEFA certificate in football management, FIFA executive program in football agency. Visit the FIFA and UEFA website. It's a good start. You can see their programs. Definitely, we are in a much better position than we used to be some years ago. There is progress, and because the industry is huge, definitely there will be much better outcome over the next years. Okay, and then we have the role of an agent. Okay, I added some points that could be helpful to see, for example, how an agent can be successful. Obviously, it's a complicated profession. You have to be dealing with several different problems every day and aspects of the life of a professional footballer inside the pitch and outside the pitch, and with clubs, and with industry, and with media, and with so many things, so many issues around you. But I tried to put some bullet points of the major actions, let's say, you should take. Always protect the interest of your client. That's a key element. Understand the football industry. You cannot just become a football agent without understanding football itself, but also the financial ecosystem around football. So the ecosystem is like the most important thing that you need to learn. That's why you have to do the studies that we discussed. The principles of a client representation, which has to do with negotiation skills. There are some good courses about negotiation, which I checked earlier. Obviously, you need always to follow the FIFA rules and regulations, which are changing, ongoing changes. So you need to be educated about it. You need to build an international network. Nowadays, the market is global. You cannot deal only with one country or other country. It's over. you are minimizing the opportunities and the options that your players might have. You have to have, as I said before, skills in negotiation. You have to know definitely a few foreign languages. The more, the better, because I realized that when you speak to a person, and especially somebody that is not able to speak in English, to speak English language, when you speak to a person his own language, I think he feels closer to you. I think, especially if you know how to joke in his language or how to break the ice in discussions, he feels closer. He feels that you're part of his culture, and especially when you're a foreign agent, it helps. But obviously, you cannot learn 20 languages, so just try the basics. Okay, then we have the taxation and legal system in different countries. Oh, this is crazy. This is a labyrinth. Like you really have. If you don't want to hire a lawyer in each country or to pay an accountant in each country, obviously you need to study and you need to learn, and you gain this by experience over the years. The taxation system is different in Greece, different even in the EU. It's totally different, and there are ways to help your client. So basically, especially for the taxation side, it's good to work with some companies that are accounting companies in the country of where the player plays. But generally speaking, you need to understand the differences because it will help you in the negotiation. So the net contract is the money that the player gets in his pocket. The gross contract is the money that is written in the contract. So there are so many experiences in the past that the player was looking at the contract and say, whoa, I'm getting 1 million. And then suddenly he was receiving 500,000 in his bank account. So they said, okay, what's wrong? It may sound funny to you, but there are registered intermediaries that have done those mistakes recently with top professional international footballers. So you have to know the market and the laws. Obviously, you have to promote the players, especially in Greece. We are a very poor country in that area, and especially regarding the footballers and the general football industry. Unfortunately, we need to get more attraction of the game and more transparency. The transparency will bring more sponsors. Obviously, the social media, how many players you follow and you see their actions and in the social media. This is part of a marketing strategy. Career and post-career planning, this is my favorite, the dual career, probably because some of the players that I started with are now already veterans. So now I'm getting used to listen to their own problems, because not everyone is a millionaire. Not everyone is a millionaire. What is a footballer like? Footballer doesn't have the life that you have. At this age, he's working and he's training. He doesn't have time to go to the university. He travels. He has different issues to deal with, regardless the amounts that he is receiving. So he doesn't have time to study, to educate himself. So there are several programs that we will support. We'll make some campaigns. I already spoke with the Minister of Sports in Greece to have some type of extra programs to support the veterans. And then obviously, if you want to build a successful organization, you need good associates, good partners, good people around you, loyal, hardworking, and capable to understand the market and the philosophy of the business and the philosophy of the company. That is for me something very important, the philosophy of the company. I've been working 20 years, and the people that have been around are not so many. I never wanted to bring to the company another agent who worked for many years and came over to bring his agenda and let's grow together. No, I always preferred slower steps, but safe steps. You build the personnel, you learn, you teach them how to adapt in the industry, and trust me, after that, you have the best results. So that's why only young people now, from now on again. Okay, now some interesting facts. Okay. All right. There are more than 25,000 agents worldwide. It's a huge amount. It's a huge number. There are 50 in Greece, but only 30% of those are registered. Actually, maybe 50 is wrong. I don't know why I wrote 50. Probably I wanted to write 500. and 1-0 was taken out. But yes. Mino Raiola, as we discussed before, earned 22 million euros commission for completing the transfer of Paul Pogba to Manchester United. That's the reason that FIFA gets crazy, and now they want to implement the new regulations for the fees. 22 million, not bad. Pini Zahavi earned 12 million commission for brokering the transfer of Neymar to PSG. So in other words, what I want to say, the transfer of Neymar was 222 million and Zahavi earned 12 million. The transfer of Pogba was 110 million and Raiola earned 22 million. Open negotiation, free economy. All right. So, and that FIFA and the CAS and the Court of Arbitration dealt with more than 5,000 cases involving agent disputes over the past years. And that was the reason of the decision of FIFA of 2015 to get out of agents. But still, there are a lot of cases. At least now there is a better and faster resolution of these cases. And now some charts. You can see the market size. Okay, because maybe you heard a lot of negativities about the profession so far. So let's go to some positive numbers. The market size of the European professional football market growing from 2006 to 2020, which is the date that we have the last information. So you can see the growth. Obviously, we are talking about 29 billion euros. There is a small decrease last year due to COVID, but now we are back growing. The same, you can see the revenues of the biggest 5 European soccer leagues clubs from the same period from earlier, actually from 1996. You see the growth. Obviously, England has the biggest growth of all, and you see the gap. Like you can see in 2010, there was like all of those 5 were very close, but then you see after 2010 when the increase of the TV rights in England gave them the boost and the new ownerships from abroad, the billionaires that joined the clubs. You can see the huge now difference between England and the rest of the countries of the top 5. Better not put the Greek chart there. Okay, and then we have the transfer fee spending from the Premier League clubs. You can see we're talking about huge money. We're talking about 2.12 billion euros for every transfer year. So in other words, every transfer period, like January and summer, we have 2 billion euros transfer fee, guys. Transfer fees. Transfer fees are not fees that are paid to the players. Transfer fees are fees that are paid from one club to another. So if you add the players and the commissions, you get there. Some top transfer fees paid for the players, and because I see the time, it's gone. And then the most interesting part, okay, let's see the average annual salary for the players. You can see that, for example, Manchester City, Manchester United, you see the amounts of $1 million that they play average. So in other words, it's average $8.7 million, the income of a player of Manchester City per year, gross. And then the nicest part, and that's how we end the presentation, the FIFA agent fees. So you can see there is a growth to this industry, which is quite nice to see. And then you see in 2014, from 2014 to 2019, it's 3 times more, triple the money of commissions, a lot of money. That's why FIFA wants to put a cap. I'm supporting this, depending on the amount, but definitely there have to be a regulation so that, because, you know, we don't want to squeeze the industry, we want to help the industry grow. And if agents become liabilities in the industry, then it's not good for the whole market. I hope I covered a lot of it. I just had half an hour. So, Mr. Sabrakos, I'm all yours.
Paschalis, thank you very much for this presentation. I think that you couldn't say more in those 20-25 minutes. As someone who is in football business for more than 3 decades, I can say that I'm, how can I say, it's a huge surprise for me that someone can tell that much for this business in that short time. So many questions, as you could imagine.
Yes.
So let's start. Could you please describe the schedule on transfer deadline day for you as an agent?
Ooh. All right. I must tell you that because I'm very, from my nature, I'm very organized. I want to finish earlier. And some years I was on holidays during this period and I felt really bad. But you know, when I grew up a bit, I said, no, you're not going to go again. Even if you don't have something to do, you have to show that you are busy. But generally speaking, it's a fantastic experience. You are receiving phone calls. 90% of the calls that you receive, 99% is not going to happen. But there were some exciting deals that I've done in the past in the last day. It's a crazy day, especially not only for agents, definitely, but for the club management and the people that are working in the clubs. They are really in a crazy situation and they need holidays immediately after that.
Yeah, I'm sure about that. So describe, please, the story of the toughest negotiation you ever had.
All right, I have to go back 10, 15 years. There was, and actually, I don't know how it worked. We had the transfer. I had the transfer from Red Star Belgrade to Twente, from a club that was sold, like to Red Star, the club was sold from a South African club, let's say Ajax Cape Town, for the sake of the conversation. So Ajax Cape Town sold the player to Red Star Belgrade. Okay, so after 1 year, we had to make legal actions to Red Star because they didn't pay the player. And we had to move the player to FC Twente. It was the year that they won the league in Netherlands. I think it was 2010 or 2009. Okay, normally the club, the Red Star is responsible to pay the fee to the club, regardless the player. The player, since there was a club-to-club agreement with in South Africa, the player was really free. So then you have to really go against the South African club. But the club in South Africa claimed that since the player left from Red Star, the player had to belong back to them. And actually there was a FIFA fast, quick decision, not decision, pre-decision, that they give the right to the club. So then we had to negotiate with this club and with Red Star. So we had to negotiate with two clubs for the player to go to FC Twente. It was tough because I had to travel to South Africa twice. It was tough because I had to deal with different people that had different interests. Imagine a Serbian and a South African owner with a partner in Sweden and a Dutch owner of the club that really wanted the player and they couldn't wait to get him. So it was successful. It was one of the most difficult because it has also legal aspects, negotiations. But we don't have time to explain more. I wish I can take advice from Vasilis to write a book in the future about it because he knows well how to do it.
Maybe an encyclopedia, not only a book.
Yes.
So, how do you discover a player? Someone asks which are the main steps someone has to do in order to make a setup for this procedure.
Okay, depending on the status that you've got in the industry, imagine if you start immediately, you have to do another, but I will just speak generally. I don't want to make it so detailed. All right, generally, you have to watch football games. You have to see the youth. The youth is the target of the majority of the agents because the youth, it's easier to sell potential. If you sell potential, is the easier part because then the potential to get to if you try to sell the potential, you are always successful. So yes, you see the youth, you learn, you read the newspaper, you read the news around the world, you check the results, you create a network of people that you trust, coaches, assistant managers around the area that you want to control and check. Then you have to speak to the boy. And if it's young, obviously you speak to the family, and then you need to present a strategy. You need to present a plan. You need to present a plan for their son's growth in the industry and why he must trust you to represent him in the future. That's the main let's say, aspects like the key areas that you need to look at in order to try and bring the best players. Obviously, the easy part is to go to the young international groups, but it's sometimes, especially for younger agents, it's too late because all these kids are already with somebody else.
Yeah. Another question is about the first steps someone has to make in order to create a network.
Okay. Internet helps us. When I started, internet was in the first steps, it was baby step internet. So actually, obviously, new technologies, yes, are very helpful. You need to travel. You need to travel a lot. You need to participate in some, let's say, events that are happening in several parts of the world about it. Obviously, during the courses that you're going to follow in the universities, that there will be a network that you can start with, especially if you go to FIFA and UEFA. You need to travel, you need to send emails, you need to check the industry like every other business. You just need to be on it 24/7.
Okay, last question, because it comes from a woman. Have you ever met a woman who was a player's agent? Is it tough for women to do this job?
I'm not sure if there is anyone in Greece, but yes, I've met several ones. Yes, it's a tough business because you have to deal with, in a men's world, you have to be tough. But I had always the belief since 25, like 2005, like 15, 20 years, that honestly, if a woman does this business, she will be better than any one of us because they know how to negotiate, they know how to control people, they know how to manipulate with a good meaning of the word, if there is a good meaning of the word, around, like the market and the people. But generally speaking, yes, there are women and there must be more women because they will bring more transparency because honestly, I believe that if women enter this industry, they will make it more difficult for us to compete, and we will get better and better every year.
Okay, I have to give you another one. This is the last one, I promise.
Okay. No problem.
Great. When describing the role of an agent, you already mentioned a number of hard skills.
Sorry, Vasilis.
Youngers, how can I say, have to work. Can you hear me now, Paschalis?
Now, yes. Please repeat the whole question because the connection was bad from the beginning. And it is bad, actually.
Great. When you describe the role of an agent, is it okay now?
Just give it a few seconds. Maybe I can hear you, but when you start and then, okay, now I think it's stable.
Okay. Someone asks from you to mention the most crucial skills a young professional has to have in order to find his way in this profession.
Hard work, discipline, and always, as I said before, always to be there to support the interest of your client. It's not about you anymore. You have to take out your ego. You have to be focused that you are representing the interest of a third party. And especially for these guys, for the professional footballers that, their career is only 10, 15 years maximum, every mistake could damage their lives. So, our role is very crucial. That's why we have to be very well educated before we join this industry. And we have to respect our clients, which, as I said, the careers is very small in a period of time. So that's the major characteristic that I think we have. Obviously, all the others are similar to other businesses, but you have to take out your ego. That's the most important.
Yeah. Paschalis, thank you very much. It was, how can I say, enlightening, insightful. I think that our audience, the youngers, are very lucky because I think today they gain a lot from this presentation.
Thank you very much, Vasilis. Unfortunately, I didn't have a contact like with the audience, visual contact with the audience, and it was quite strange. But I'm very glad that you were in charge of this conversation, and I'm happy to see you today. And I'm happy that we covered a lot. That I believe that we covered a lot of interesting parts of the job of football agent.
Yeah, a lot. You couldn't do more in that time. I'm sure about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Hello, everybody. I'm George Rigos, sports journalist, and I'm here to moderate our next subject, sustainability. Through sports, we have the power to change lives. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Alexandros Botikoulis, Director Go-to-Market of Adidas Southeast Europe. And I'm quite sure, dear Alexandros, that we will start with a video. So let's move on.
This is Adi Dassler. He loves sports a lot. So he started making shoes that help athletes be better at their sports. Originally, it was all leather and metal. Then plastic came along and shoes got lighter, faster, better. It never would have occurred to him that one day the world would be full of so much plastic. Adi would not have liked that, not one bit. But he would have seen the possibilities, like a shoe made from plastic actually pulled from the ocean. Okay, that's a start. What's next? A fully recyclable shoe? Yeah, sure. A shoe that makes the world cleaner? Okay, done. How about the possibility of no virgin plastic by 2024? How about the possibility of leather made from mushroom? How about a completely biodegradable shoe? How about factories that run on clean, renewable energy? How about transforming our entire model beyond sustainability into true regeneration? How about the possibility of proving once and for all that what's best for the athlete can also be what's best for the world? There you go. Now Adi is smiling. And he's got two words for you. What's next?
So Alex, the stage is yours.
Thank you, George. Hello, everyone. Dear Front Runners Conference. Thanks for the opportunity and hosting me this year in this prestigious event. George, as you correctly introduced the topic, and we had also a taste out from this video, we take in Adidas sustainability very seriously. It's one of the hottest topics in the planet right now that worries entire nations, big countries all over the world to tackle it. So big brands like us could not be away from these initiatives. And let me, with that, share my screen. So to start explaining how we take stance for this big topic. Of course, you know, for the brands, it's not enough to talk about our sustainability. We need to take actions. We need to be bold and be present with our actions, with our initiatives, with our products in this very sensitive topic. How my presentation will move on today, we will start with our approach. What does it mean from us, and what is the strategy behind? Some historical data and recognitions that we have received already about the topic. How we change at scale, and what does it mean in our industry? What does it mean to be sustainable? And plastic waste, a big chapter that we are proud of having stopped having stopped using non-recycled plastic in our products. And of course, we will review also some key partners that are helping us in this path. You know, in Adidas, we have one purpose. This purpose says that through sports, we have the power to change lives. And our approach to sustainability is one of our greatest expressions of that purpose, because as you understand, sport needs a space to exist. And this space are increasingly endangered. Our holistic approach to sustainability responds to the challenges that endanger the spaces of sport and simultaneously our planet and people. So building on existing products, we tackle these subjects that are most material to our business while translating our overall sustainability efforts into tangible goals for 2030 and beyond. Let's have a look on our footprint so far on sustainability. Achieving a truly sustainable model, it's not a 100 meters race, it's a marathon. So we have been leading this change in our industry for over 20 years, as you can see in the graph. We raised the bar on environmental standards. We were the first to bring eco-innovations to the mass market, and we have been founding members of game-changing initiatives like Better Cotton, Leather Working Group, and Fair Labor Association, because people is part of this conversation as well. And throughout our world journey, we have maintained the utmost transparency. We led the industry with the first sustainability report and have been listed in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index every year since its creation. Specific breakdown allow me to highlight some key moments. Starting back in 1998, implemented supplier code of conduct to manage social and environmental compliance at suppliers. What does it mean? Each supplier that is contracted with Adidas needs to fulfill particular code of conduct when it comes to sustainability. 1999, joins Fair Labor Association to commit to independent monitoring of suppliers' compliance performance. So we need not only take measures, but be able to monitor them. 2000, we have been listed in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, which rates the top 10% best companies per industry. 2002, leads industry with environmental and health and safety guidelines. 2006, joins Leather Working Group to promote sustainable sourcing of leather, like mushroom leather. Some of you might have heard that a version of the famous Stan Smith is coming out of the so-called vegan leather. 2008, launches first holistic environmental strategy for own operation and suppliers. 2011, joins SDHC to drive towards positive chemistry. I will expand on that in later slides. 2012, launched SMS-based worker grievance communication tool to improve worker management communication. 2015, partners up with a Parley and presents World First Adidas ex-Parley shoes at the United Nations. 2017, excuse me, products are 99% free of PFC, which is the polyester fabric. 2018, sources 100% sustainable cotton. 2019 presents first fully recyclable shoe, the so-called loop. You can Google it. Commits to reduce GHG emissions by 30% by 2030 from signing the United Nations Fashion Industry Charter. Since 2020, it was the beginning of a year that announced two new performance fabrics, the Prime Blue and Prime Green. We will see it coming in the next slides more analytically. Top key rankings like Revolution's Fashion Transparency Index and Global 100 Corporate Knights Index. So a lot of initiatives the last 20 years that in the majority might not be well known. Our progress continuously receives positive recognition from international institutions, rating agencies, NGOs, and socially responsible investment analysts. A few examples here on the corporate side, we have the DJSI, the most recognized holistic corporate ranking of sustainability performance. On supply chain, again, with Citi, the most stringent and comprehensive supply chains ranking in Asia. As you understand, Asia is the home of supply chain, where everything starts. So very strict rules have been applied. And also on regional level in North America, with ESPN SSLA recognize us for leveraging the power of sport with consumer to create positive environmental impact. And also here in Europe with Germany, global ranking champion in sustainability, issued by two very famous institutions. Of course, excuse me. Sourcing is not only about ensuring high product quality and time delivery. It also means working with our suppliers to ensure they are able to continuously reduce their environmental footprint. We do so by establishing policies and best practice guidance for environmental management, offering training sessions tailored to their needs and measuring their progress towards clear reduction targets for energy, water, and waste that we expect to achieve by the end of 2025. We create change at scale, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We don't just measure our impact, we have made binding commitments to reduce it. We joined the United Nations Fashion Industry Charter on climate action to commit to reducing our GHG emission by 30% ahead of 2030, as I said before. We commit to using only recycled polyester by 2024, and we have done it, as we're moving ahead already with the planning for this season. And this year, also over 50% of our products will come from recycled plastic waste. We have built a comprehensive tool linking our data systems internally to ensure we can track progress on our footprint year on year, ensure accountability. And we do this to make sure that by making one choice to improve sustainability, we don't shift the impact to another part of the chain. Again, this is an important thing because production process, it's a long process with different steps. So someone might save some resources in one step, but misses it to another step. So you need to make sure that each and every step of the production is consistent on this purpose. Ultimately, we want to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. It's an ambitious target, but so far what we have set along the way has been achieved. So we are feeling very optimistic for this target as well. Moving on, and plastic waste. What is this about? 34% materials account for the largest singular impact in our carbon footprint. 85 of the materials in Adidas products are plastics, and our planet is filling up with plastic waste. We need to be transparent and say the truth. So for every person on the planet, there is one ton of plastic, and nearly 80% of which becomes plastic waste, wreaking havoc on the oceans and the spaces where sport exists. So as a big company, Adidas has been a big contributor to the problem. And this is why our actions need to be equally as big. The brand has made a commitment to end plastic waste through innovation and partnership. Plastic is a problem, innovation is our solution. Since 2012, we have been developing and introducing innovations that reduce our overall carbon footprint, specifically the use of new plastic as part of our goal to completely phase out the use of virgin polyester by 2024. This will bring us one step closer to becoming fully circular company, which means the products that we make will be either recycled, recyclable, or returned to nature. Let me explain a little bit what these three means. We produce products behind these three loops that you see here, starting on the left-hand side with the recycled loop made with recycled materials. In 2025, we partnered with Parley, Parley for the Oceans. Parley is a movement that clean up the oceans and the beaches out of plastic. We fund these initiatives and take these plastics, recycle them, and produce products out of this plastic. It's not only plastic, it's also nets from the fishermen or other garbage that we find in the beaches. But the essence of this is to use it and instead of plastic and produce products. The second one, the circular loop made to be remade. This started in 2013. We have been working on making products that are specifically made to be remade into new shoes and clothes. You can buy them, run them down, then we grind them up and remake them into new shoes and clothes you can run down again. And the third one, the regenerative loop made with nature. Our ultimate ambition is a future where every Adidas product is made using materials developed from natural ingredients like cells or proteins in a lab, so they can ultimately return to nature. So zero footprint. And this brings me to the innovation that I was referring before. So after introducing a single shoe at the United Nations in 2015, the long-term eco-innovation partnership with Parley for the Oceans, which has led to 24 million Parley Ocean plastic products being produced in 2020. And that year also marks the launch of Prime Blue and Prime Green performance fabrics, both of them, two new sustainable technologies where 100% of the polyester used is recycled. A few words behind each one of them. Prime Blue, it's a performance fabric which contains Parley Ocean plastic and is now included in some of the brand's most iconic and visible performance products, like, for example, the Ultra Boost, the top performance running product. but also in uniforms of some of the biggest leagues and teams in the world. And the prime green, again, is a performance fabric. Adidas is producing performance equipment. We want athletes to feel better, comfortable, but also focus to achieve their goals. So all this innovation has to do with performance. And prime green contains no virgin plastic. It is available. It has been available already in 2020 and will also be featured in key competitive products. Both performance fabrics will play a significant role in Adidas reaching more than 50% total volume of recycled polyester at the end of 2024 and its commitment to end plastic waste. As you understand, we take responsibility for the entire life cycle of a product and follow a clear game plan for moving towards a circular business model. Future Craft Loop, our first 100% recycled performance shoe made entirely from one material, TPU, using no glue or solvent. Other prototype concepts include the Futurecraft Loop anorak jacket and the Adidas by Stella McCartney Infinite hoodie. This proof of concept show how one thing can become the next, and the end can be the beginning. Performance sportswear that will never be thrown away. You run it down and return it, we grind it up and remake it. The end of one thing can be the beginning of the next. No performance lost, no waste created. And that's the spirit we approach sustainability through our products. And a few words about Infinity Play Creators Club. If Adidas gear is in play, it's out of landfill and ocean waste. That's where we needed to stay. When you are done with the gear you bought from adidas.com, trade it in on the app, and then we will pass it for new use. Once received, we will sort your gear and clean or repair if needed, then make sure it gets a new life with somebody else by reselling it. So this is a service we provide for our Creators Club, which is a community within adidas.com, which is for free. Someone can sign up for it by entering into the adidas.com. Of course, this kind of initiatives need to scale up, so to be known and trigger awareness. We work with partners whose expertise complements our extensive experience in sport innovation. Together, we push the limits of eco-innovation from established companies like Stella McCartney to throughout leaders like the Parley Network, to scientific startups like Carbon, to open source platforms like Fashion for Good. Our spectrum of partners reflects our approach to sustainability in general holistic. So closing up, I have three takeaways. First of all, sustainability, as I said at the beginning, is a marathon, not a sprint. Adidas is present for more than 20 years. And as you listen, we have targets for the next 25 years to achieve. Second, we commit to end plastic waste and shift to recycled polyester by 2024. And we sustainably innovate products and services. That's all from my side. George, I hope it was not too technical. Purpose here is to increase awareness about sustainability. It's not to promote what we are doing in Adidas. It's a very sensitive topic. We take it seriously. And as we run out of time in terms of resources and heat, increase of heat of the temperature of the planet, everybody needs to be aware. And as individuals, first of all, to take measures to recycle more, to use less plastic and so on. two bigger groups, companies and entities, countries take initiatives to stop this insane consumption before it's too late.
Thank you very much, dear Alexandros. I'm quite sure we will all agree it was sharp and enlightening, but we will try to make it better because now it's time to communicate. Allow me to blend one of our first questions with one of mine. Let's be totally honest. You got into this long before it became a trend, and I'm talking about Adidas policy.
Yeah.
Which were the primary obstacles that you had to overcome in the beginning in order to remain consistent to your goals regarding sustainability? I'll give you an example. Was there any effects regarding sales?
Yeah, good question, and thanks for doing this, George. The truth is that Adidas is a profit company. We sell products to make money, so simple. So everything that pushes up costs could be a challenge. However, we are not just a company. We want to listen to our consumers. We want to echo their concerns, especially the next generation, to create bonds with them and engagement. So we take decisions sometimes that might, in the short term, have an impact in sales or in growth, in ambition plans, but in the mid and long term, it will give us back more recognition, biggest loyalty, a stronger reason to buy for all these consumers, because we have seen that sustainability story behind products is a big influence. It's not yet a decision-making factor. I mean, someone is not deciding based on this story. They decide yet based on the price or the design or the colorways, so on. However, when a product features the sustainability label on it, the consumer are feeling better when they buy a product like this, or when they have a product like this in their closet. So yes, at the end of the day, these kind of obstacles are paying off.
Now the second part of the question, that it's not mine, and now it's time to thank from the heart all the participants. It's their questions from now on. Do you believe that the customers have fully embraced the innovative approach of Adidas, or there's still a long way to go?
Yeah. Again, a good question. They start understand more. However, it's also part of our responsibility to keep educating them and to make it as easier as possible to understand what is behind the product from a sustainability point of view. Because as you have seen in the presentation, there are different technologies, different innovation, different fabrics that touch upon sustainability, and it's not yet clear from a consumer point of view which products are sustainable and at what extent. So yes, not yet at the extent that we would like to have it, but it's on our field of play to keep educating them and make things more simple for them to digest as soon as they see a shoe or a hoodie or a t-shirt on the shelf. It needs to be easy.
Thank you. Next question. In a way, our friend is trying to test your strictly technical knowledge. I'm just kidding, because the question is, what was the most difficult Adidas product to produce in a sustainable way?
I mean, I'm not in the production, to be honest, to give you this kind of information, but if I can make a guess, the biggest challenges came out of the leather shoes that used to be known with a genuine leather, like even Copa Mundial, the very famous football shoe produced by camel leather, even the Stan Smith and Superstar. Millions or maybe billions of pair of shoes that have been shifted to vegan leather. This, I assume, given the volumes that we sell in the market, was the biggest challenge. Therefore, is the biggest footprint of sustainability that we have managed to make after overcoming this challenge. So, still proud.
I'm great. Quite sure you'll be even more proud in a few years from now.
Yeah.
Our third question. Our participant hails the No More Red campaign alongside Arsenal. The question is, in addition to environmental sustainability, we've seen Adidas contribute towards various social campaigns such as the No More Red with Arsenal. Can you please elaborate on how you built such campaigns?
If can be more specific, it would be easier for me. What do you mean by build such campaigns? I mean, all these clubs, athletes, entities that we sponsor from time to time need, apart from the performance aspect, of course, need to be successful and try to win big trophies and be recognizable and so on. They need also to embrace Adidas values. One of the values is sustainability. So we need, in the contract, we need to identify how, as both brands, can work towards values like sustainability, like equality, like diversity, like inclusion. Stuff like that are in our identity, and we need, in order to sign someone, to embrace this kind of values. So if we see that this happens, then we create a campaign around these topics. We use athletes who are worldwide recognizable, and brand names like Arsenal or Manchester and so on, to increase awareness about these values.
Thank you. You named Arsenal. There are more giga, like Arsenal, been exactly on the same page with you?
Yeah, maybe a better example is Liverpool. But all these clubs, I mean, that we sign are clubs that embracing these values is part of the agreement.
And what about players? Have you seen any players been into this heart and soul? Allow me to say.
Yeah, especially individuals who are easier for the consumer to be identified and associated, as we are talking for personalities. A lot of players are like this. For example, Mo Salah is a exceptional case that represents equality and inclusivity, being coming from a small country, Other players, I don't want to just name someone because I might be unfair to someone else, but all these players have something to say, have a story to say behind, either to do with racism and inclusivity, either has to do with being raised in very difficult situation and then going up as a big icons to start giving back to the society, so they are leading by example, or how they manage as athletes to overcome challenges and stand up on their feet, influence other teammates, even opponents, and get into the trophies back to back. I mean, these kind of examples demonstrate clearly what we are looking for from these athletes, to spread around the message of sport has the power to change lives.
Our next question comes from our dear friend, Stella Livadi. I hope I pronounced her name precisely. If not, it's my bad. How competitive or not are economic and ecological sustainability?
How can you please repeat, George?
How competitive or not, according
yeah,
to your knowledge, are economic and ecological sustainability?
I'm not sure I get the question. How competitive?
Yes, because competitive is a little bit, how would you put it? We can perceive it in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Let me guess. I think that our friend Stella means how difficult it is for you to achieve it on the long run.
To be competitive, or to produce performance competition equipment?
I think the second one.
Okay, it's a good one, because when we first started implementing sustainable material into our products, we have seen it tends to sacrifice performance or to sacrifice design to sustainability. However, the last 4 or 5 years, there is zero compromisation across these 3 pillars. So what is sustainable, it's equally competitive, but also from a design point of view, it's very attractive. Have a look at the Ultra Boost parlay in our .com, and you will realize what I'm saying.
Thank you. Let's move to our 5th question, if I counted down correctly. Can you talk about any sustainable activities you have completed here in Greece?
Good one. It could be someone within Adidas to ask this question. At the moment, what we are doing is the Run for the Oceans. This is a movement that represents this parlay collaboration. We donate money. First of all, we invite people to run under this communication umbrella, Run for the Oceans, and there's many kilometers. All the runs are doing cumulative. We donate these kilometers in dollars to support this cleanup of beaches. We use sustainable t-shirts for this event. Every time we do it, we try to use more sustainable elements. Due to COVID, the last 2 years we didn't do it. It wasn't allowed to gather all together and run as a group. However, we are planning to do it again in May, and this year will be even more sustainable by using even the bibs to be sustainable, bottles to don't have bottles at all, the straws, the bags, all this stuff. Gradually get rid of what is not sustainable, and eventually have a 100% sustainable race? So it's a good question. We also want to implement such strategy with the Athens Authentic Marathon, which we sponsor for more than 15 years now, as part of our sustainability project. And as I said before, George, we try to find with our partners solutions to drive awareness behind sustainability. And also Athens Authentic Marathon will be one to investigate more solutions, how to make it even more green.
Alexandros, is it harder to convince us, the Greeks, to move in this path or not?
Yeah. 3 or 4 years ago, I would tell you, George, that it was hard enough. But now I believe having a lot of organizations open this conversation and realizing ourselves how the environment is changing with all this crazy weather knocking our door every day, I believe people are more ready to accept changes like this, more environmental sensitive, not at the extent that we need. However, we see progress.
What was the turning point regarding the Greeks?
I believe, as in everything for Greece, for Greeks, you need to feel it yourself. If it doesn't influence your everyday life, your everyday habits, your coffee break, your vacation, your weekends, and so on, you don't care. It's like happening to someone else. But if this comes to your door, like the weather, for example, then you start thinking, oh, it is about me as well. So maybe the straws for the coffee, it's too early for us, and we say, oh, too much, what is this? Straws are getting bulky and I cannot drink my coffee. I have heard this kind of comments. But this has to do with education, with training of people, one step at a time. One step. We need to see it positive and try to influence our community as much as possible. I believe it's an individual responsibility, George, overall. I believe we should not wait for the government or for someone bigger to do it for no other reason, but only because it's gonna be too late. Only this.
So I guess from your response that you're optimistic, and this is our last question, we will become, as Greeks, even better in the future.
Correct. And I believe Adidas will give the chance for Greeks to participate in this kind of movements and put each one of us being able to have the chance to make a small contribution in this direction. So eyes open, we communicate our initiatives, and I will be glad any of the audience come to find me in one of these races and say, hey, I was in this conference, influenced, and I'm here to help.
So that was it. Thanks, everybody. Allow me, dear Alexandros, to say that it was not just sharp and enlightening, as we said in the beginning, but you were punctual as well. So the last words is yours.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much. You facilitate the conversation very well, because this kind of meetings are a little bit strange, even if we are used to it 2 years now to this environment. However, conferences need to be live to feel the vibes, create engagement, receive energy. You made it like being live. I felt this energy coming from the audience through you with all these vivid questions. Thank you very much for being the moderator today. Thanks for the organization for another year of a great conference. Don't give up, guys. Keep it up, the good job, and all the audience that were there watching us. I'm at your disposal offline for questions or anything that is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. It was an honor. We will be in touch.
If your dreams are keeping you awake and you take your chance, if it's not fame that drives you, but that one moment and a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream? Your dreams are keeping you awake, and you take your chance. It's not fame that drives you. But that one moment. And a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream?
Hi, I am Eleni Jandosek. I am a journalist at Gazeta Women, and I will be moderating the next session, Equality in Sports. Before we begin our session, I would like to raise this white card, and I invite you to do the same with me. On the occasion of the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace on April 6th, we raise awareness and participate in the hashtag White Card campaign, which is initiated by the nonprofit organization Peace and Sport, showing that sport can be an answer to social issues and that it can bring on a culture of peace. You can join us by raising the white card at your social media as well. So let's welcome Ms. Helen Maroulis, Greek-American Olympian in wrestling, who won the gold medal in Rio and the bronze in Tokyo. Ms. Annie Konstantinidis, former basketball player, also known as Magic Annie, and the current director of athletics, summer camp, recreational programs, and theater operations at the American Community Schools of Athens. It's a mouthful. And also a member of the Hellenic Basketball Federation Board of Directors. And finally, Dr. Stella Livadi, assistant professor in sports management of the assistant professor and sports management program coordinator at DRI, the American College of Greece. So before we begin the discussion, let's watch a short video of Helen Maroulis.
Maroulis commanding the center. She's pushed her out. That's another point to the American. And now it's 4-1. It's been upgraded to points.
Well, right now I'm wrestling the greatest, most decorated wrestler who's pinned me the only other 2 times I've wrestled her. And there's 1 minute, which is a lot of time. And I was in such a zone. All I kept saying was, Christ is in me, I am enough. I am enough, I'm enough. Christ is in me, I am enough. And I knew she was gonna have to go for broke and try something. And I know she's such an incredibly skilled wrestler. So I just wanted to keep good position, and I have to thank my coach Valentin, because to keep the composure and the position there, that has to be something that's trained to become a habit. It wasn't mental, it had to be a habit. And this scared me so much. I was like, I'm just gonna fight. I don't care what it takes. I'm trying to feel where she's putting the pressure. I'm trying to calculate what she's gonna attempt. And at this point, I just knew, I was like 9 seconds, like, there's no way I'm gonna give this up. But then she had some fakes, and that was kind of scary.
For the first time in over 4 years, Yoshida is beaten. And Helen Maroulis of the United States has created a big upset here on the mat. An unbelievable win against one of the greatest wrestlers of all time.
You know what? In that moment, I was like 7-year-old Helen again. I was like this little shy girl that just started in wrestling and just loved sport. I just remember thinking, I've been saying that I want to be an Olympic champion for 17 years. And when it happened, I'm like, really, God? Me? Is it me? Is it really me? I could not believe it. I've been chasing something, and I put it on this pedestal, and I thought that, I wouldn't be able to be an Olympic champion until I felt like I deserved it, and that there must be some level that I have to reach. It must be some elite club, and I had to accept I might not be the fastest, I might not be the most technical. I'm definitely, not in the, running game with Yoshida on medal counts or anything, but I'm like, I'm enough. And you can be an Olympic champion by being enough. You don't have to be.
Just the metaphorical mic over to you. We are going to watch a presentation by Ms. Konstantinidis.
Good afternoon, good morning for those of us that are in the States. Thank you for inviting me, first of all, and I'd like to share a quick presentation, which I believe will give some information, but also will be a good beginning to a discussion that I think will be meaningful. So I'd like to share my screen. I believe, there you go. Okay, so obviously the topic is gender equality, which sometimes we can even refer to gender inequality. But let's start with gender equality and what does that mean? So gender equality, I'll give you a general statement or definition. In sport, it means breaking down the stereotypes that continue to make women less likely to take up opportunities in sports, as well as be involved in any other forms of engagement. And as I said, this is a broad definition. But okay, but gender equality has been a topic of discussion for many, many years. It's in my eyes, it's a social issue. It's a social concern. And as we know, the United Nations has adopted the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And countries have committed to those goals, and it's obviously these are the goals for 2030. So the fifth goal of the series of the UN goals has to do with the gender equality. So that in itself is proof that this is an issue, a social issue, a global issue, and to many it could actually be interpreted as a moral issue. So again, what are we talking about? What does it mean? Where do we see gender equality? Where do we see gender inequality? So I would say there are five main avenues, five main pillars, if you want to think about. So one is obviously the participation of girls or women compared to boys and men. It is clear, research shows that the numbers are really swayed towards the boys and men. There's also inequality regarding exposure. There's a media gap, and I'll briefly go over what we mean by that. There is a stereotype culture in which we live in, not only in sports, but also in businesses, in institutions, and generally in the mindset of how people are thinking. And something which also was a big issue, if you remember, with the U.S. national soccer team, where they really raised their voice regarding the wage gap. So in terms of compensation, you do see a tremendous gap. And last but not least, because some of us are in management, whether we are an institution or sports organization, the top management governance presence certainly isn't what women would like to see. Again, there's quite a large inequality, despite the fact that the Olympic Committee has made every effort and continues to make effort to have a balance in terms of governance as well. I just want to present some historical data because it is interesting to see where women were in terms of sports and where they are right now. And yes, you do see an improvement. Is it the best we could do? I think there's still quite a bit of work that needs to be done. So in 1900, the first women appeared in the modern Olympics, okay? And 22 women were the ones that competed in the 1900 games, and that was 2.2% of the total population of the athletes. In 1924, 24 years later, we had 135 female athletes. So percentage-wise, that was 4.4%. The percentage keeps rising. You see, in 1976, we had almost 21% females participating. In 2000, almost 40%, 38.2% actually in detail. And then in 2020, or 2021 to say, in the Tokyo Olympics, we've had almost 5,500 athletes participate, which percentage-wise, excuse me, is close to 50%, which is the ideal number according to the IOC as well. Again, historical data. Some of you may have heard or read about the Boston Marathon, where the female runner was, excuse me, I have to get a drink of water. Excuse me. Where there was an effort to stop the female runner because she wasn't supposed to participate. 1972, 40 years right now, and this was actually mentioned yesterday at the Final Four arena of the NCAA women's basketball. It's exactly 40 years since the passage of Title IX of the Education Act, which in summary, basically it allowed for females to receive scholarships. And because of Title IX, universities changed their sports and what they had to offer for women, because there had to be an equal forum of where females, college student athletes, could participate. In regards of exposure, there is definitely a media gap that is overwhelming. 95% of TV coverage focused on men's sports in 2019. That's an overwhelming, uneven number. And I looked through obviously the internet, and I did some research, and basically 15% in the States of all sports media coverage devoted to women's sports, women Final Four, and that is the biggest female sport event. Women have outnumbered men in college journalism and mass communication since 1977, yet the top positions is usually offered to men. So as I was doing my research, on March 27th, I looked at the TV coverage in our Greek TV. And much to my surprise, appalling surprise, there were 35 men's events coverage and only 2 women's events. And it was just a random day that I picked to look at what was on TV. Now, granted, some people may argue, well, maybe on that particular day, or maybe on this particular week, or month, there aren't, many female events. But honestly, I find that hard to believe. So Australia made a decision to increase their TV coverage of women. And because of that, they saw a huge interest from the girls and the women's population to participate. So I think it takes a little bit of effort from the TV to help the society and the community, and in order to engage in sports. Oops, sorry. Talking about stereotype, which is, I believe, one of the most prominent difficulties in dealing with gender equality. There is a mindset, and that is the mindset of a stereotype. People make assumptions because people are females. People make statements that are based on gender. How often have we heard, and I believe all of us have heard at some point in our lives, a statement like, you kick like a girl, or you shoot like a girl, or you play like a girl. And my answer to that is, to whoever makes that statement, is, well, if you were also kicking like a girl, you'd be a better player. So it's really, really almost insulting many times when you hear these kind of comments. And sometimes some people may say, well, they don't really mean it that way. But in any case, it shows the mindset that we females and girls have grown up in. One's physical environment also may greatly affect one's exposure. What does that mean? Some countries, it is their culture that they do not allow, or they do not permit girls to be out on the soccer field or on the basketball court, or actually be engaged in any kind of physical activity. Some religions may also be the reason why girls are kept away from playing and for being involved in sports, and especially even involved in high-level sports, where you have to give up a lot of your time, where you have to make sacrifices, where according to men, some men, the females are supposed to be the people, the ones responsible for having a family, nurturing a family, etc., etc. So the stereotype culture is something that is with us, still with us, and it's something that we have to keep remind ourselves to be able to counterbattle that kind of mindset. And here's a in my mind, here's a hot topic. It's the wage gap. And again, as I said before in my introduction, the U.S. women's soccer team, national soccer team, made great statements with the World Cup for girls. You see here, these are 2018 research, but I like the visuals because I believe that the visuals actually present a good, leave you with a good information. So the basketball wage gap, you see it, 163,000. Obviously, the male players make millions, and again, we're talking about average because obviously you have in the NBA you have the salary caps. So obviously we're talking about averages. The same thing with the golf. Okay, although in the golf community, women have significant higher averages than other sports. And if there's one sport that is really an exception, and that is tennis. Many female tennis players have high prize money that are comparable to men's. Not necessarily the same, but close enough. So the wage gap is something that is out there, not only in the sports world, but also in the business world. And it's something, again, that females and female CEOs and high executives continue to fight. And last but not least, the government's top management and gender equality. So the Olympic Charter states that one of the roles of the IOC is to encourage and support the promotion of women in sport at all levels and in all structures. And I want to emphasize here, because meaning structures, it has to do not just with athlete participation. It has to do with gender equality in sports administration. So to finish, what the sports charter states is, again, to encourage and support the promotion of women in sport at all levels and in all structures, with a view to implement the principle of equality of men and women. And as I said before, the IOC recognizes that gender equality is a critical component for the effective and successful sports administration. I would like to say a few words here because I'm the athletic director of a K through 12 institution. And I've been in this position for almost 22 years. And through the years, I've participated in conference, in meetings where other athletic directors from Europe, from similar schools, are there. And I'll just give you some numbers and you'll see again what this is all about and what I mean. Out of 24 athletic directors in one European conference, only 2 were women, myself and somebody else. In another conference of 13 athletic directors, there's only 1 woman, and that's me. So percentage-wise, we're not doing that well. Most recently, there was an election in the National Hellenic Basketball Federation. And for the first time in 2022, there was a female elected on the board of directors. Again, in 2022, it took so many years to have 1 female on the board of directors. And so that tells us what? It tells us that while there have been steps, these steps have been baby steps. And I strongly believe that particularly in top management, whether it's an educational institution, whether it's a sport entity, whether it's the IOC, whether it is a national federation, whether it's a non-profit organization, women's leadership is needed. Women's leadership is essential in providing leadership and guiding the future generations to what I would call, and I believe what many people may believe, to a better world, a more just world in terms of gender equality, so that equality really comes out more rather than gender inequality. As I said before, as of July 25th, 2020, there are 38% active IOC members that are women. And just recently, again, this came out of my recent research, there's only one female general management in a baseball franchise in the United States. So the fact is that whether we like it, sport is strongly masculine and strongly in favor of men as the primary controller of sports and the primary, providing the primary guidance of sports. So it's important to give women, as I said before, equal opportunity, because gender diverse, here we are talking about diversity, inclusion in general. So gender diverse organizations are found to be more successful than all those that are all male. And I want to finish with a slide. We all know what we've heard of Simone Biles, the gymnast, who basically in one statement, and it's a simplistic statement, I might say, according to her, gender equality in sport is about creating equal opportunities for women and men. So having said that, I thank you all. I believe there's room for plenty of discussion because it's a topic that is out there, and it's affecting every, not only sports, but every aspect of our social being and social life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Konstantinidis. Ms. Maroulis, the stage is now yours to talk about your experience as a high-level female athlete.
Yes, thank you, and good evening, everyone, I believe. Thank you so much for having me to the front runners in sport management, and Ms. Konstantinas, that was a really amazing presentation, and it's an honor to be on this panel with you women pushing gender equality forward. And so with that, I grew up in a male-dominated sport, and so I'm just going to speak about my experiences in sport and where I've seen women's wrestling come along through this whole trajectory. So I started wrestling when I was 7 years old. My brothers had joined the team, and there weren't enough kids, and so the coach told my mom, hey, just bring them back next year when there's more kids. And instead of doing that, my mom told me to jump in there and be my brother's dummy. And after about 2 weeks of all this hard work, I went to my parents and I said, this isn't fair. I'm doing all the hard work that the boys are doing, but they get to compete and I don't. And so my dad said, okay, I'll make a bet with you. You can wrestle one match, and if you win that match, you can continue wrestling. So I wrestled one match, and that was the only match I won all year. So I was 1-30 my first year, but I got to continue wrestling. And so I fell in love with the sport instantly. I loved it. Unfortunately, at the time, the United States, out of 50 states, there was only 3 states in the whole US with girls state sanctioned wrestling. So that meant that if I wanted to wrestle, I would have to be on a boys team. And through those experiences of growing up wrestling amongst boys, I started to learn very quickly what it was like to be a girl in this arena. And so I can remember as young as 9 or 10 years old, parents yelling at their sons to hurt me, or coaches putting me with a group of boys and saying, make the workout so hard that she quits and she doesn't want to come back. And my parents also had to kind of carry on this burden. And I think sometimes what many don't realize with equality in sports is that the barrier to entry is so hard for a female. I was lucky that I had supportive parents, and they saw how much I loved the sport of wrestling, and they saw that I was working hard, and they saw that that was going to benefit me as a person. But there's so many parents that when their daughters enter sport, if there's this kind of treatment, they don't want to allow them to go through that, or they deem it unsafe, and sometimes it is. So right there, that's already a barrier to entry for women in sports and in the sport of wrestling. And so growing up, one thing that really changed and helped catapult me in my career is that when I was a senior in high school, I moved away to train with a women's program. And that was a really amazing experience because I got to be around women that had the same goal as me, and I got to just see them and realize, wow, they're everything that I want to be when I grow up. These are, women that are on the Olympic team and on the world teams. And so just to see that as a girl, we talk a lot, I know a lot of female athletes talk about representation, but it's very important, especially for young girls, to be able to see that version of your future self that you'd want to become. And in the sport of wrestling, before women's wrestling was added to the Olympics in 2004, the only heroes that I really had to look up to were male wrestlers, which is great. I think wrestling is great. However, I was a very emotional, very sensitive young kid, and all the male wrestlers seemed to be so stoic and so tough, and they never showed emotion. And so I spent most of my childhood believing that if I was going to win, I would have to be that. And I remember crying after practice sometimes and just almost being ashamed of the person that I was, or why can't I be less emotional? Why can't I just tough it out? And then as I start to be around more women, and as I started to get to go to women's senior camps, and you do sports psychology training, and you just get exposed to just different variety and personalities, I realized that I'm created with everything that I need inside me, and there is something beautiful and strong and tough about being a female and having our emotions and showing our emotions and being able to overcome them, and that it's not some weakness. And so I think, again, representation has been something that was really important to me, and that's been just seeing other females win the Olympics and in the sport of wrestling. And so I was lucky that when I was growing up, women's wrestling had been added then. And another way that I would like to segue into this is to talk about, I know Ms. Konstantinos made a presentation about also the pay gap, and I just would also like to share my experiences with that in wrestling. I was very fortunate that when I joined the sport, there were generations, about 2 or 3 generations of women that came before me that paved the way for me to have the opportunities that I do now. And so when I had joined, it was equal pay for men and women, and we're one of the few sports that do that. And it's, it's just really amazing to know that your hard work and your achievements will be recognized in the exact same way as the man's. And so with our NGB, with our national governing body, the pay is the same. However, with sports media agencies, if let's say if they host a match and we call it a card, and you have men competing on the card and women, the men could make 5-6 times as much as the women. And a lot of times the media companies would tell us, well, you just don't have value. You don't have value, you don't bring value to the table, to the sport of wrestling. And so we actually had, our whole national team had a phone call with the one media company that had the contract to cover all of our wrestling, and they told us that we don't have value. And so that's really frustrating because our NGB made the contract with them, and there's nothing that we or they can do about that, basically. So that was super frustrating. But when we look at how far it's come, this is a story that I did all my research in college about women in sports, and so I interviewed some of the female wrestlers that came before me. And when I discovered this, I was shocked. But for the World Championships, all the way up until 2003, and keep in mind, in 1999 or 2000, I believe, is when women's wrestling was added to the Olympic Games program. It actually debuted in Athens in 2004. But up until 2003, when the men won the World Championships, they would be given prize money, and trophies. And when the women won the World Championships, they were given household appliances. So they were given toasters, they were given vacuum cleaners, and they even had a Prettiest Wrestler Award, which could go to anyone regardless of how you performed in the tournament. So it was just, many of the women, whoever received the award, they would reject it and they would not accept it. And a lot of the women that won the household appliances, they just stayed in the sport and kept fighting, even though the inequality was so severe. And so they've really paved the way for for myself and for the younger generation. And then just flashing forward today, I think the fight for equality in sports, for gender equality in sports, while sometimes can seem so vast, it also has come a long way. Like I said, when I started wrestling, there were 3 out of 50 states with girls state sanctioned wrestling. There's now 33 states out of 50, and they're pushing for more and more each day. The support for women's wrestling has grown tremendously, and really it's just giving us a platform and giving us an opportunity to compete, and we shouldn't have to prove ourselves, but essentially that's what we've been doing, and we capitalize on that every time. And so I'm just extremely in awe of my female teammates and of the women that have come before me, and I'm super excited for the young girls that are coming after me, because now for the first time ever, they can choose to go to a college and not have to choose their education over if they want to become an Olympic champion. They can go to a school and train for the Olympics and get a good education. And so they don't have to make those sacrifices that we've been having to make. And so it's really incredible. It's grown a lot. And I just wanted to share a couple of those stories and my experiences. And yeah, thank you all for having me on.
Thank you. Dr. Livadis, would you like to begin the discussion?
Sure. I have a question mostly about, directed towards Annie, because she's, at let's say, lower education level than I am, but she has contact with the United States institutions very often. I have realized through my teaching of 2 sports management modules, one is the Introduction to Sport Management and the other is the Olympic Games and mega sport events, that where we have a number of study abroad students, mostly from the United States, that these years as I teach these courses, and there is always the subject in both courses, for women in sport in general, in the Introduction to Sport Management, and women in the Olympics, of course, in the Olympic Games course, that less and less the American students that come here, they are unaware of Title IX. I mean, when I go to discuss Title IX, I say, okay, I know my Greek students don't know anything about it, but you guys should know. And, they are not really aware, young men or young women. And I'm wondering if students don't know the historical, background, how come we can, make them more active and engaged in terms of, accepting and supporting the fact that women should have, like Simone Biles said, the same opportunities like men have?
I think, well, the fact that they don't know is intriguing. First of all, and it's to a point where it's sad, because it's always good to know a little bit of history and also know some facts. I think, however, that in what needs to be done in my eyes is those institutions themselves, the higher, let's say, for whatever reason, the high schools don't make an effort to educate the young student athletes. But I think once they get to the university, I think they need to talk to address this issue, that that there should be no discrepancy, or because of Title IX that everybody is treated equal. But speaking of Title IX and everybody being treated equal, I don't know if you remember, but because I follow a little bit of the NCAA, particularly basketball, before COVID, right before COVID, I think it was 2019, where there was the men's NCAA and the women's NCAA, and the weight room for the men's NCAA was fully equipped. They actually had the whole ballroom of a hotel, I think, set up as a fitness room. And then for the women, it was a corner of free weights. And I think that was brought up by a player from Oregon, who now plays for Liberty. And it is appalling that even within the NCAA, there was such a discrepancy to the point where it was insulting. So going back to your question, people don't know about Title IX. I think actually now is the right time perhaps to go back a little bit to the history and remind people, remind institutions, remind coaches first before, so that they take on the responsibility to talk about this to their student athletes. And the same thing with athletic directors, you know, in high schools. You know, they have to, and for example, they have to provide, not necessarily talk, but provide equal opportunities. And then through the provision and through the year or through the seasons, to talk about why, you know, people or boys and girls need to be given these opportunities. So I hope I answered a little bit.
I also have a question for Ellen. Do you feel that at this stage in your career, you know, with one gold medal in Rio and a bronze medal in 2020 in Tokyo, actually in 2021, you are accepted by the community of wrestling, including your male teammates? The reason I'm asking is because when my son heard your name, he said, "Oh my God, this is the person that McGregor, you know, accepted to train with." And, you know, I guess this means that, you know, if McGregor accepts a female athlete, that, you know, this female athlete is really accepted in the men's world.
Yes. So I do feel accepted by my male colleagues and teammates, and I feel extremely fortunate. I've said this countless of times. I can sit here and say, you should respect women in sport. You should respect women in sport. But the reality is, these young boys, they're going to look to their heroes, and they're going to look to the men to set the example. And I think on our men's Olympic team, three guys have two daughters that, you know, so they understand, and they've been super supportive, friends for years, and they've been very publicly outspoken about supporting our entire women's team. And the camaraderie that we had at the Olympics this year amongst the men and the women's team was such a special bond. I don't know if it was COVID that just gave us this opportunity to bring us all together, but this was actually the first time that we had a joint men and women's national team camp, where at the camp, one day the women's coach would run the practice, the next day the men's coach would run the practice, and then the women and the men trained with each other. So you had the Olympic champion man training with the heavyweight female world champion, and then, you know, you had Olympic champion female training with another male, and it was just, you know, really amazing to see and to have that support from them. So yes, I do feel accepted.
Do you think wrestling is in such a bad situation right now in terms of the Olympic Games?
Do I think it is?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the sports that are discussed of being eliminated, and actually, you know, that it's been going on for years now, yeah. And there was a huge movement to save the sport, because it's one of the sports that, you know, it's there since the ancient games.
Yeah, so actually wrestling was dropped from the Olympic program in 2013, and, you know, there were some governance issues, but really a big part of it was gender parity, gender equality. And so when they made the bid to get accepted back into the Olympic program, one of the biggest selling factors was that they took weight classes from the men's category and they gave those spots to the women. And so now across the board, you had 6 Olympic spots for the men and for the women. And this was really huge. And basically, you know, women's wrestling and gender parity helped wrestling get added back into the program. I still think there's a lot of work to be done. Like right now, there's 2 styles of men's wrestling and there's only 1 style of women's. And, you know, to the IOC and maybe to the world, that looks, you know, it's very uneven. And so we're trying to figure out, I think, a way to gel and move forward in a way that it really truly is equal. But they have made a lot of progress.
Thank you.
So since governance issues have been mentioned a couple of times, I'm going to jump in with a question from the chat. So Dr. Libadis, from your recent research with Dr. Jumaka, for sports tourism, we learned that swimming is about 70 to 80% female, but we do not see women in key positions or decision-making positions in federations. And Ms. Konstantinidis, since you are the first woman in the Basketball Federation in a key position, do you see this changing anytime soon?
I'm hoping to see it change sometime. And again, breaking the barrier is the first step. The fact is that once somebody makes the beginning or takes the first step, I think, and with the actions ahead, in other words, what we want to do, for example, what I would like to do through the Federation for women basketball players and young girls, I'm hoping to inspire and possibly guide other females that have played the sport that at some point that have finished with their career to join me in promoting the game to the girls and women. Already, although not necessarily in the board of directors positions, we have gathered at least 5 former basketball players who are considered Olympians. They played in the 2004 Olympics. Have played on the national team, and they are working on key positions, as I said, not necessarily as a board of directors, but we have individuals that are involved with the development of the youth, the promotion of basketball. We have administrative assistantship in terms of organizing events. We have a former Olympian dealing with the national teams. So slowly but surely, I believe that other women in my sport will follow this path and at some point be involved with the board of directors. So I'm hoping that the future is definitely brighter.
Thank you. I have one more question coming from the audience, and it's for all 3 of you. So the Me Too movement has reached Greek sports with Sofia Pekatorou. So is social media a good way of showcasing the problems or talking about equality and diversity? And I'm going to paraphrase. What is the role of social media in showcasing the problem and talking about equality and diversity?
Well, I believe that the more avenues you have to disseminate information like that, the better. Of course, depending on how you use these avenues. Even, in the past with newspapers and television were the only way to get messages across. Still, you had problems in terms of how this message was transmitted and if it was accurate or if it was exaggerated and things like that. So I think, the more avenues you have, the more comfortable you feel that at some point you'll be accepted to do that. And I think that men and women, that they are facing issues like that, they have to speak up and they have to be supported to speak up.
Should Helen go?
Yeah, I was just going to say I completely agree with that. Having a social media platform basically gives you full control over your voice and the message that you want to speak. And especially during times where you are bringing a message forward and other media avenues are not covering that and not bringing it to light, it's really nice to have the social media platform because then you can get your message out there. We actually had that with our women's national team. We had an issue with this media company that wasn't covering women's sports, and we went public about it, and we received a lot of support from the fans and the audience, to the point where when this media company would put out a new card, the fans and the audience would start counting how many women's matches were on there and was it equal, and then they would tweet about it. So it wasn't even that it was something we had to speak about anymore. The audience noticed it, and then they would look for it and point it out. And so just to see, to have that ability to just for everyone to come together and to have that support is really special.
So I echo both speakers in what has been said. I would like to say that women's voices have to be heard. And as long as I also believe that, as Helen said, these social platforms allow women to portray their own voice without without any distortions or the danger of something being distorted or even misinterpreted, although sometimes things do get misinterpreted. However, I do believe that the more avenues that females have to share what is on their mind with clarity, I think it can only benefit, particularly the gender equality issues.
I have a question about, again, for all of you and whoever wants, we are limited on time, so whoever wants to can respond. So how do we change the culture? It's a big topic, but how do we change the culture? How do we change the mindset? Ms. Konstantinidis, you talked about stereotypes. Ms. Maroulis, you lived those stereotypes. So how do we move to the next step?
Since we don't have time, I would say one word: modeling. Through modeling. You know, if more women like Annie and Helen and others, you know, they come forward and they show their leadership skills and their vision, you know, more young women will follow. And the same goes for the academia.
Mm-hmm. I would say, I'll continue on that. I would say by lead by example. And then 2 words: insist and persist. Things unfortunately, or the reality is, they don't change overnight. It takes time, but if we cannot give up.
Yes, and I echo both of these sentiments and completely agree with that. So, yeah, just continuing to really fight the fight and to push the needle forward.
Wonderful, thank you. So this concludes our time. It was great having you, and thank you for attending. Bye, have a good rest of your day.
Bye, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joel.
Bye.
Thank you for the invitation. Bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I am Nikos Papaioannou, and I will be the moderator of our final session on the subject NBA in European basketball, Bridge the Gap. Before we begin, I would like to thank the frontrunners in Sports Management 4.0 hybrid web conference for the invitation. We are so happy and proud that we will close this conference with such a very interesting subject and obviously speakers. Please don't forget to follow and use the conference's official hashtag Frontrunners 2022. And let's welcome the EuroLeague legend, the good friend, Joe Arlaukas, and the head of PR and the board of directors member of the Hellenic Basketball Federation, Konstantinos Asimakopoulos. Thank you for being here. I want to share with you that from the time that I was a young NBA reporter in the mid-90s, I always remember the late executive legends, David Stern and Borislav Stankovic, discussing at various points on how they can bring the NBA and the European basketball together, sort of bridging the gap, which is today's topic. I remember also numerous times in David Stern's press conference during the All-Star weekends and the NBA finals, talking about having an NBA team in Europe and obviously the NBA expanding with the team in Europe. I must say that yes, the NBA has come close to Europe by scouting the hell out of the European players. In the beginning of the current NBA season, 56 players from Europe were under contract with NBA teams. And at the same time, numerous players from Europe are playing college basketball in the US. Having said all that, I think it's an illusion to say that that Europe is bridging the gap with the NBA. My take in this is that the NBA is taking over European basketball. And Joe, I would like to hear your opinion first, because you are a product of the US basketball system. You played for Niagara College. You were selected in the NBA draft from the Sacramento Kings, who briefly played in the NBA before you blossomed.
Briefly. Thank you.
What's your take? I mean, is European basketball closing the gap with the NBA, or the NBA is taking over the European basketball?
I think first of all, thank you for front runners and for everybody else for always thinking of me and active media and all the people behind this. And thank you guys for having me in this session. I think I kind of have a good opinion of it because I lived through those David Stern times, and I lived through the initial reaction of European players making their way to the NBA. When I first arrived, it was, before I arrived, there was Bob McAdoo, who left the NBA to go to Milan, and we're in the States as Americans, we were like, wow, well, what's Europe? As America, we don't even know. We know what Europe is. We don't know what Italy is. We don't know what Spain is. We know what it is, but we don't know where it is, A lot of people in the States still think that Puerto Rico is right next to Spain, because they both speak Spanish. And so I got to see this whole bridging the gap thing, as we call it here today. And like you said, the word illusion is maybe a strong word, but I think it's a correct word also, because it's just something that's never going to happen, I believe, because of so many different possibilities and so many different angles of not only the sports related part of it, but the business side of it, and it changes
and the logistics, right?
Yeah, it's all logistically, it's difficult. The NFL, the American football, they always talk about having a team in Europe, even though they come every year and they play games here, and logistically it's difficult, but the business side of it is difficult. The players, the way they play here is different than the States, but mostly I think, to bridge the gap, it's a financial thing, because the way the NBA is run is a franchise, and they build an empire to make money, and here it's not like that, and they would have to change the mentality here in Europe for them to actually ever bridge that gap. And David Stern was, of course, the ambassador for the world when he was the commissioner.
Yes, he was. David Stern was he was the patriarch of the globalization. I'm not going to say only for the NBA, but in general, the game of basketball, because NBA is basketball as well. And he was the one that he strongly believed, but at some point, he also saw the logistics of such thing, that there could be an NBA team in London. But when the NBA sat down and, they put everything down, they saw that it was impossible to do this, because you cannot have one team in London and then the other 29 teams traveling to London to play that team at some point, or the team from London going to the NBA and staying there for a month, traveling around like a circus and playing all these games. But the globalization of the league is something that we live. The league has become global. We have seen international players, not only European, but international players dominating the 2020-21 All-NBA teams, with Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Bucks, with Luka Doncic, with Nikola Jokic, with Rudy Gobert. So the talent is here in Europe, but at some point it has a really short stay, because NBA is calling up more money, more opportunities. And in the end of the day, the dream of every basketball player is to go and play in the mecca of basketball, which is the NBA. I want to hear the take on this of Konstantinos, who represents here the Greek Federation as well, but is also somebody who has been involved in the basketball. Konstantinos, what's your take on the subject?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very honored to speak with you today. With Joe, EuroLeague legend, and with you, Nikos. Over the past 3 decades, the European basketball has definitely influenced the NBA. It's undeniable. The 3 main MVP contenders are not US players. As we know that both Giannis, representing Greece, and Nikola Jokic, representing Serbia, come from the European continent. Moreover, the top 7 rebounders in the NBA are currently Europeans. And as you mentioned before, the NBA teams have to spend a very big portion of their resources for the international scouting. This is something that also Joe knows. So today, teams in the NBA, that they are not focusing on Europe. They're not interested on what the European talents are doing. We can say that they are putting themselves behind the curve. But we have to learn more as Europe from the NBA. The NBA is progressing, it is expanding, it is using its power to generate revenues and profits, while teams, and this is the problem, while teams in Europe are struggling to generate financial profits from the competitions in Europe, while the NBA is leveraging its power in other regions. And the example of China is very, very interesting, because the profitability of the NBA product has skyrocketed. I think that we are close to bridge the gap, but in the beginning we have to find which are the elements that could bring us together. NBA has huge TV and sponsorship deals, while in Europe it's not a very easy environment. And it's not surprising that private firms in the US want to get into the business of the NBA. On the other hand, those global firms are not very interested in the European project. And this is because of the marketing, of the sponsorships, of the revenues, and the merchandising. So I have to say that we have to make a new line of interest that could definitely help the European basketball create a solid strategy to bring change, create growth prospects, and come closer to the NBA. The NBA model is something that we have to watch. It's very interesting because they bring the best practices, and we have to start thinking about how to find ways to attract new capitals, new funds, new fresh ideas in Europe, and to make our system, let's say, interesting too. Undeniable, the European basketball is still very popular, very, very popular, creating talent. We have long history, we have tradition, we have a huge fan base deriving from the teams, because I think, and Joe can confirm it or not, that in the US, the fans are following the stars, the players. In Europe, people are following the organization, the teams. There are some differences, but in the end of the day, the sport is one, and is a common sport, even if the rules are different, etc. I think that we are very close to bring some of the elements of the two sports together, to the European sport and the NBA sport. Recently, we had some meetings with NBA executives, Mr. Efthymios Regias, a Europe legend too, being in the BOD of the Greek Federation, and he's an ambassador also. We had some contacts with the NBA, with some NBA executives in order to find ways to cooperate. And I think that we're in an era that this is much more possible than it was in past decades. The bridging the gap between NBA and European basketball. But we have a lot of work to do in Europe also to strengthen the product.
I want to say here, and obviously we want to hear that what Joe is thinking, and if Joe, you believe that one thing that is right now one of the biggest differences of NBA and European basketball is, let me say, the philosophy around the game. NBA is a players' league, no doubt, and European basketball is a coaches' league. By saying that the coaches' league, that means that, you know what, European coaches in general, they don't really let a player improvise during the game like an NBA player can do in the league. And sometimes this is taking the spectacular of the game out. Do you believe with this? Do you believe this?
Yeah, you know, my constant point over the last 10 years since I've been back to Europe and working a lot closer with EuroLeague is again, we mentioned this before. I think the product on a nightly basis, the EuroLeague is a much better product than the NBA, especially regular season. Because, you know, the EuroLeague's motto is every game matters. And it's true. You know, in the NBA, you can give up 3-4 games when you go on the road, and you could rest your best players, and you can do things like that. Here, you can't do that. Every game, every night matters because you're fighting for position. So that gives the intensity more of a college-like atmosphere.
That's true.
And I love the product. I can't watch an NBA game during the season. It's unbearable. They're too long and they're too boring. In the playoffs, I could watch them. But I think that this player gap has been bridged a little bit because players are getting more opportunities now. Back when, you know, guys like Juan Carlos Navarro from Spain or Spanulis went to the NBA, nobody believed that these guys can do what they do. You know, and you can't tell me that Spanulis was obviously one of my favorite players of all times. I think he's probably the best European player I've ever seen. And you can't tell me that Spanulis can't score 24 points a game on a nightly basis in the NBA. Even when he was at his younger moments, you know, I think if he had the opportunity, he could have been a player that produced more. And what you were saying, Nick, to me is the most important thing. Is the only thing that bothers me about EuroLeague is that there's no stars anymore. There's no Spanulis anymore. There's no Juan Carlos Navarro. There's no Sabonis. There's no these guys that were go-to guys, you know. Jasikevičius when he played in Barcelona and when he played in Panathinaikos. I mean, those were the guys that I wanted to watch on TV. And now I don't, like we were saying, we don't watch the game for the players anymore. We watch the game either out of interest because I like basketball, or sorry about that, or we watch the game because we follow a certain team. But I miss there's a repression of players here in Europe that evolves in the NBA because they have more opportunity there. Luka Doncic in Europe would play 16, 17 minutes a game and score his 16 points and have his 7 assists and have his 4 rebounds. And it's evident when you give a player more time and more freedom and more ability to play, they're gonna produce more. But here there's a repression of the players, and I don't think it's a conscious thing that they don't want to have a star on each team or 2 stars on each team. Like the NBA usually has that three-man team, you know, the package, and I just think here we're missing that star quality in the old players like Jasikevičius, like Spanulis, and I just miss those guys a lot when I watch games.
And I think Joe and Konstantinos, that we're right now facing something that the European basketball has never faced in the past. To have, let me say, two level of players, to have upcoming NBA players that you know that they will not stay more than 2 years in the team that they play, like Luka Doncic, for example. And then you have, let me say, the non-NBA players that could blossom into European stars. And that's where European basketball needs to focus. Let's say a player like, you mentioned Spanoulis. Spanoulis went to the NBA. He didn't find his space there. He came back, he played, and he was a star. A guy like Yule, a guy like Slukas, who never played in the NBA. This, I think, the teams need to find a way to market and to identify the star players that are not that good to be NBA stars, but they are good enough to be European stars, and they feel comfortable with being European stars. So there they can build on these players. Otherwise, we're gonna see the phenomenon of great players leaving after 2 or 3 years, going to the league and maybe blossoming there. But even if they don't blossom in the league, the money gap is so big that you're like, you know what? I might prefer to play in the NBA and being on the bench of an NBA team and making $5 million a year versus playing in Europe, playing 80 games, and making barely a million euros. It's the economics of the thing, don't you think, Konstantinos?
Nick, the big thing is it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop at the 5 million. It starts at that point, because if these players can stay long enough, 3 years, they get a 50% pension in their future. And in 6 years, they get I don't know if those are still the numbers. They were the numbers when I was in the league, but
the 3 years, it's still, you know, the mark you need to hit to get your pension, which is very important. And players, like, let's say an example of who has a player that has a Greek passport, and it's Tyler Dorsey. He wants to get back to the NBA for that third year.
You're talking when you turn 55. I'm good friends with Zan Tabak, and we had lunch together yesterday. And he played, you know, Indiana, Toronto. He won the NBA championship with Houston. And when he turns 55, I mean, you know, his pension, he could either take it all in one lump sum, or he gets paid monthly, you know, for the rest of his life.
Exactly.
And that's the difference, because me as a former player, I had to build that myself. I had to invest my money so that I could have income coming in when I'm 56 or 57. And it's not easy to do with the kind of money we make, or we made back then, or they make now, because, you know, 30, 40, 50% goes to taxes. You always want to buy your car, you want to buy your house, you know, and you don't have anything to fall back on when it's all done. And if you're in my position and you go through a divorce, then you have a woman to take 50% of it on top of it. And this is a big issue for players, you know, and that's why if I had the opportunity to stay in the NBA for more than 5-6 years, of course I would do it over Europe, no matter where I was born, or no matter what passport I had.
Exactly. Konstantinos?
You know what? This is a vicious circle, let's say it. The creation of talent in Europe is much connected with the future of the European basketball and the European leagues, both national leagues and the European, let's say, big league. So we have to focus on the youth programs. We have to focus on the development system in order to create new stars, to create new basketball players that could chase their dreams, both in European leagues and the NBA. So we have to both rise the level of the NBA, of the European leagues, the level of the European national leagues, the level of players, and the youth programs. Let's see the examples all over the Europe, where the youth programs are not much connected with the leagues, the national leagues. And at the end of the day, we see a lot of teams except from, let's say, not more than 4 teams like Real Madrid and other teams that they use the rising stars. In Europe, the big organizations are not leveraging their power of young talent and in chasing a possible win or a championship. They are trying to use players that have some experience, and they're not, let's say, using the players. They're not using the youngsters on the game. So we have to focus there. We have to give the opportunities to the rising stars, the young stars, the young players to come up, to show what which are the strengths of the European basketball. So there are a lot to be done. But at the end of the day, if the players are not emerging, so the European basketball has to create more talent, more stars, more possible stars. And when when the teams are going to use their stars in the game, in the big competitions, under pressure, they will find their way to the sponsorships, to the revenues, and to a more prestigious league. The example with Giannis is very, very interesting. The biggest player, the most, let's say, intriguing player in the NBA now globally, never played in a big team in Europe. He didn't find his way in a big team in EuroLeague, not even in the domestic league. Maybe it was an exception, but the example is very, very interesting. What we have to do is to try and focus on the youth program, wait and find out what the win is. The win will be for the European basketball. So we have to create the opportunity for a better youth program all over Europe, and then focus on how we can create the possibility let's say, persuade these players to stay in the European basketball more than 1 or 2 years. But Nikos, you mentioned something in the beginning of our conversation about the expansion of the NBA to Europe, and allow me to make a small comment. You said about the possible scenarios of expanding of the NBA in London. During the digital age, the NBA has already expanded to Europe without having to spend anything on logistics and, let's say, overseas trips. The NBA has already expanded in Europe remotely and has a very big slice of the basketball pie. The financial challenges of the European basketball nowadays are becoming bigger and bigger, while the NBA grows and emerges. And I think one of the main and the core issues is what we are discussing, the interest of the possible stars to stay in Europe more and then become NBA stars. But we have to utilize what we have. They are the basketball. So we have to create, let's say, more stars and focus on the youth program.
I think, first of all, Konstantinos, that's a very interesting point. Regarding the expansion, the talk in the NBA in the 90s and in the early 2000s was of expanding with an NBA team in Europe. Obviously, the power of the web has helped the NBA to expand, as you said, remotely. And I believe that right now NBA is synonymous with basketball, whether we like it or not. And at the same time, I need to point here that there is zero and if not zero, if I'm overreacting, and John knows that sometimes I do, but I believe that there is no really interest outside of Europe for European basketball. Let's be honest with that. I mean, no one will stay up in the US or will wake up early to watch a EuroLeague game unless he is from some of the countries that are involved in this game. So I believe that what the powers that be need to focus also as well is making an attractive product and trying to market it in other markets as well.
You know, Nico, it's funny because the same thing happens now to players that happened when I was playing. You know, when I do my podcast, when I do the crossover podcast, you know, and I talk mainly to the American guys, it's really funny because the people in the States that love basketball still come up to you as hey man, where you playing? And hey, I play in Europe, man. I play with Olympiacos. Like, oh yeah, it's like, you know, my best friend plays in a team in Belgium. And, you know, it's like nobody realizes, you know, and I can remember back in my day, it was like, oh, okay. And nothing against Belgium or, you know, Belgium basketball.
Yeah.
You know, my best friend's playing Euroball too, man. He's in the first division in Poland. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, and it happened to me, you know, I'm talking 30 years ago, 25 years ago, and it's still happening now. So your point about the fact that there's no exterior knowledge of European basketball if you're not connected to it directly. And that's why the picture that's right behind over your right arm, one of the guys most important is Johnny Rogers, who's constantly in Europe scouting players and bringing them back to the States. So you'll blame that guy right behind you. He's a good friend of mine. And they cut Johnny in Sacramento for me. So that's how Johnny and I became friends. But those are the guys that come over, they scout the talent. And Konstantinos, your point is great. I love your point about developing the players. But the more you develop the players, the more the NBA snatches them up. So the EuroLeague, unfortunately, in one way or the other, becomes like a farm club for the NBA.
I think that the focus, Konstantinos, and obviously since you are also the representative of the federation, I think that there should be a shift of focus when European basketball is going to market its product, which is the European basketball. I think the best platform, or let me say the best vehicle on doing this, I think are mostly the national teams rather than the clubs, because you touch to some ethnicities that probably are immigrants in the United States of America, for example, because there are Greek communities, there are Spanish communities, there are Serbian communities, there are Russian communities, and so on. So by marketing the national teams, where obviously the star players are usually NBA stars, like Slovenia has Doncic and Dragic, Greece has Giannis and Thanasis, Spain had Pau Gasol, and when he was all these years, you know, one of the biggest ambassadors of Spanish basketball. I think the clubs will not be able, they don't have the mechanism to do such thing.
Exactly. And that's why our major challenge in the national federation, Greek National Federation, is empowering the national team by bringing all the stars together in the national team after some years, because you know the issue of the European basketball, and here is the point of the NBA, because NBA, as you said, they are the best marketeers of their game. They know that the players, the European stars, are some very popular figures that also they are generating revenues for them. And let's say it's simple: why the NBA to let the European players come and play in the European national tournaments? So I think this is a point where we have to bridge the gap with the NBA to find the common view and empower the European tournaments of national teams. Every year, we know better, and Joe also, that the last few decades, it's very difficult for European stars playing in NBA to join their national teams in all over the countries, Greece, Spain, and this is why, as a federation, before a week, we had our representatives in the US in order to contact with Giannis in order to come and play in the next European tournament. So I think that we have to make progress on this. We have to have some more confidence as European basketball. We have to be better marketeers of our product because the players are the core value. So why a fan to come and watch a game between, let's say, Spain and Greece when all the big stars are in the same time in the US playing there and they don't join their team. I think that we have to make a better structure of the European basketball, the national teams, because NBA is doing its job very, very good. The NBA executives are growing their product, and what we have to do is learn from them and have better structure of the tournament, persuade the players to come and play. Let's say them that where you have to come to play, not for the let's say for your passion for your country, but because it is a very interesting tournament, and you have to gain from this tournament also, and then the revenues will rise, the interest will skyrocket, and the future of the European basketball will be better. We are currently making some steps forward to grow the basketball through initiatives, but this has to be done as a main strategy of the European basketball and not from the countries remotely. Nothing could be done if the Federation of Spain, or the Federation of Greece, the Federation of Italy try to make steps forward alone. We have to unite to find the core ideas, the ideals of the European basketball that give us players, moments, and we are proud of the European basketball. We're very proud. We have a very big history, and we have to leverage it. So we are in a very crucial moment that if we don't bridge the gap with the NBA now, the NBA will be far away from the European basketball, and I have to recognize it. So we have to work together for the next day of the basketball and promote our sport. I'm very, very keen on working on it, and I think that nowadays, because the NBA recognize this, they recognize that European players now are the biggest stars, among the biggest stars. We said previously that Jokic, Giannis are the biggest figures nowadays. Doncic are the biggest figures of the NBA. We have to make them to understand that by leveraging the power of the European basketball, NBA will also have gains, and we see that. It's not, let's say, a dream. It's happening. So we have to find ways all together in Europe to create a more intriguing and a more attractive product, and come closer, why not, to the NBA, let's say, way.
Konstantinos, that sounds good and it's beautiful, and I wish that would work, but I did a little research before we started, and you look at the New Jersey Nets, or the Brooklyn Nets, I guess, were sold this year to a Canadian billionaire for $3.2 billion. and they're the seventh most profitable team in the NBA. The most profitable team, as most of us all know, because of Madison Square Garden and TV contracts, is the Knicks, who haven't been in the playoffs for I don't know how many years, but they continue to be the most profitable team at $5.8 billion a year. While on our European side, 99% of the team are using the basketball program as a tax write-off because they're losing money. And that's the only way that you're going to get European stars to stay here, is to be, listen, I had a 12-year career, and my focus was, yeah, I wanted to win championships because I could always have that trophy, and the championships that I won, I hold here dear to my heart. But I only had 12 years to make money out of this game. And the separation of the money I made playing a professional sport to the money I started to make when I was an ex-athlete, a retired athlete, is so immense. It's here to here that I never even got a grip on getting paid. You know, maybe now I do a speech and I get paid 2,000, 3,000 euros. But if you told me that the year after I got done playing basketball, I would have said, you know what I would have said.
You're gonna say, take the 2,000 euros and don't call me again.
Exactly. But now that money to me is like, okay, that's the money I live on. So that's what I like, you know. And so to bridge the gap, we talked mostly about players here in these 45 minutes we had, but to really bridge the gap, and it's a point that you make, Konstantinos, is the clubs have to figure out, or all of Europe has to come together and figure out some sort of business plan to make a franchise or a club or whatever you want to call it profitable, and not rely on a bank coming in and giving you X million dollars, or a sponsor coming in and giving you X million dollars, because that money runs out when you have a pandemic or when everything else. And one thing a guy said to me in Spain, and I'll cut short because we have 4 minutes left, I want you to finish, Nico, is it was one of the most amazing things to me, because I played in a team that was called Cajaranda when I first got into Spain. Now that team became, then that being whatever, now it's Unicaja. And he said to me, the problem with European basketball is children don't identify with European basketball, because when a child comes up to me and says, oh, you played professional basketball, what team? And I say Cajaranda, they didn't know Cajaranda was.
Well, they know Real Madrid.
But they know Real Madrid, because, or they know Olympiacos, they know Panathinaikos, but they don't have anybody to identify with because of sponsorships, because it's Baskonia is a great example. Baskonia is always Baskonia, but Baskonia has 3 sponsors every year.
Yeah.
They take sponsors 3 times a year. And that's where I think the major change has to be made.
That is true, Joe, and that's a very valid point. And obviously, I think that at some point, and this is something that also all the federations in Europe need to reconsider, the European basketball cannot be divided in different European leagues, because European basketball doesn't have that luxury of splitting in various leagues. It needs to be one big league. It needs to be an exciting league. And I truly believe, in order to give also motivation to the domestic leagues, I truly believe it should go back in the same way like football is doing it, like Champions League is doing it, by giving opportunities to the teams in the domestic leagues that are doing well to get that ticket, to punch that ticket to go to the top European competition. I think that's also of great importance in order, to start having the best of all the teams of European basketball, because now, let's be honest, we're talking about a divided product as we speak. We have only 2 minutes left, and I really want to, first of all, I want to thank the American College of Greece and the front runners in sports management 4.2 hybrid web conference, and also Active Media for putting this together. And having such great time with you, Joe, and with you, Konstantinos. I'm looking forward to next year's event to be a fully physical event because I think we have missed that. We have missed the, let me say, the personal contact. When we are tired of going into Microsoft Teams calls and having the opportunity, to discuss things virtually.
I'm tired of not sitting down with a frappe and some octopus, man, and being in Greece. That's what I'm tired of.
That would be a much better conversation.
Exactly.
Very interesting. And thank you very much for the invitation once again, and both Active Media and the front runners. It's very interesting to have conversations with legends like Joe, with you, Nikos, and I think that we have to promote our sport now. That let's say we have to create a new era for the European basketball. I truly believe it.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed this session, and hopefully we will see you again live next year in the front runners in 2023. Have a great night.
Such a great discussion that we just listened to. I would like to apologize to the questions that we received and we hadn't time to answer. So, before we end this conference, I would like to remind you to raise again this white card that I have in front of me. Just a small reminder that we are raising awareness and participate in the white card campaign, which is to show the sport that sport can be an answer to social issues and that it can bring to the construction of a culture of peace. So, raise it on your social media and join us in this nice action. So, the Frontrunners in Sports Management 4.0 hybrid web conference was a fully online experience with an even bolder program, and we had the time to welcome speakers from all over the world. A big thanks needs to be given to our gold sponsor, Qatar Airways, our silver sponsors, Moto Dynamics and Porsche, our official outdoor partner, the North Face, our digital platform partner, LiveOn, our communication sponsors, Gazeta Women, Insider, BN Sports, IMEA, Tornos News and Basketblog, and our international communication sponsors, the National Herald and Hellenic DNA. I wish to thank the Sports Management Society of the American College of Greece, the Center of Excellence in Food and Tourism and Leisure, and Active Media Group team for this collaboration. Thank you all for being with us and for being a part of the Front Runners Conference. Have a good night and see you all next year.
Your dreams are keeping you awake, and you take your chance. It's not fame that drives you. But that one moment. And a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream?